disregard that question, and you're not to speculate as to what the answer might have been. In the same way, you're to disregard any evidence that I tell you is stricken from the record.
We are live.
If I reject or overrule an objection, I'll permit the witness to answer. This
I don't know what that is.
You'll find this during the course
We
of the
made
trial.
it.
If I let the witness answer the
live,
question, but you're not allowed to give the answer any more weight than you would have no objection had been made. Please do not hold it against the lawyers if they make an objection. That's the important part of the lawyer's job. The lawyers have to let me know when there is a potential issue about the admissibility.
Oh my gosh.
Please do not hold it against the lawyers if they make an objection. That's the important part of the lawyer's job. The lawyers have to let me know when there is a potential issue about the admissibility of certain evidence under our law.
Woo.
You must decide this case solely on the evidence presented in this courtroom. This will include the sworn testimony of witnesses and may also include any exhibits that are admitted into evidence, any facts that I tell you have been agreed to by both sides, and any facts that I indicate to you may be taken as a matter of common knowledge. Questions to witnesses, no matter how artfully phrased, are not evidence. Only the answers which you receive from the witnesses who are testifying under oath are evidence. So if a witness is asked, isn't it true that after you learned that your uncle left you money in his will, you poisoned him? And the witness's answer is no. Based solely on that question and answer, there is no evidence that the witness has an uncle, that the uncle had a will, that the uncle left the witness money, that the witness knew that he did, or that the witness poisoned him. Any information that you may have read, heard, or seen about the case outside of the courtroom is not evidence. My instructions to you and any other comments I may make, the lawyer's openings and closing arguments, and any comments they may make are not evidence. I will emphasize this point because it's crucial to your understanding of your role. If the lawyers or I make any comments during the trial, those comments are not evidence, and your verdict must be based only on the evidence. In Massachusetts, lawyers are not allowed to make comments other than during opening statements and closing arguments. They are permitted only to ask questions, but they cannot comment on the witness's answer. If a lawyer comments, you are to disregard it. In this way, communication in the courtroom is not like everyday conversation. If a lawyer seems to agree or disagree with an answer, or if a lawyer expresses confusion or any other reaction or emotion, you are to give no weight to what that lawyer does. In the interaction between a lawyer and a witness, you may consider only the witness's testimony as evidence. In a similar way, any comment I make is not evidence. But of course, you can't disregard what I say when I provide you with instruction or direction. Remember, however, I'm the only one who can instruct you or direct you in any way. Finally, on this topic, if one of the lawyers or I refer to some part of the evidence and that does not coincide with your own recollection, it is your collective recollection which you are to follow in your deliberations. Now, in this case, I anticipate that we will go by bus to an area that you'll hear about during the trial. You may consider as evidence anything that you observe about the layout of the area, including the scene of the alleged crime when we do go there. I will give you further instructions prior to our leaving for the view.
That's Karen
Now,
Reed.
in this case, I'm going to allow you to take notes. Any jurors who wish to take notes during the course of the trial, except during opening statements and closing arguments, because remember, those aren't evidence. If you wish to take notes, you may do so once the evidence begins. Notebooks and pencils will be provided to you. The notebooks will be collected each day, and they'll be locked up, and they will remain confidential, and they're destroyed at the end of the trial. Nobody sees them. You're not required to take notes. The choice is entirely up to you. Some jurors may feel that notes are helpful, particularly if the case involves many witnesses or complicated issues. Notes also can help you remember specific testimony or evidence, such as times, places, dates, names, relationships, events, distances, things like that. Other jurors may feel that note-taking is a distraction and may interfere with hearing and evaluating the evidence. If you do take notes, I suggest you keep them brief. They are not and cannot be considered official transcripts of the trial testimony. However, bear in mind that although the court reporter is recording everything that transpires here, we do not have the capability of providing you with the transcript of the testimony at the conclusion of the trial. So you'll have to rely on your own memories of the testimony, perhaps supplemented by your notes. Regardless of whether or not you take notes, please remember that how a witness testifies may be just as important as what he or she says. Therefore, your observations of the witness's appearance and demeanor on the witness stand may play an important part in your assessment of his or her credibility. Do not let note-taking distract from an appreciation of all the evidence. If you have any trouble hearing or seeing during the trial, please raise your hand or let a court officer know, and we'll make any necessary adjustments. We generally take a morning recess at around 11 o'clock or so, but if you need a break at any other time, please raise your hand and let a court officer know. We'll take a break. If you need to communicate with me during the trial, and I'm not suggesting for a minute that you need to, but if you do, please speak with the court officer or give the court officer a note to bring to me. Now, I'm going to address the issue of public interest in this case again, and the duty of this court and this jury to adhere to the rule of law, because it is so very important. John Adams famously said that we are a government of laws, not of men, and that the law must be deaf as an adder to the clamoring of the public. He meant that while public opinion about a given subject may ebb and flow, the law must be steady, reliable, and even-handed. We know that on the subject of this case, there are people advocating for one outcome or another with great intensity, but unbound by any oath or even any inclination to follow the actual evidence. The law works in a different way, and the difference is crucial to our system of justice. This jury, selected for this trial, will hear and judge the evidence. You will decide what the facts are. Where the evidence is contested, you will determine where the truth lies. Ultimately, this jury will decide whether the Commonwealth has carried its burden of proving that the defendant is guilty of any crime beyond a reasonable doubt. People outside of this building have rights, and we know that they have voices, but this trial will be decided by you, an independent jury, free from outside interference, based only upon the evidence presented in this courtroom and the law. This is the only way to ensure that every person who comes before the court receives a fair trial. It is just that simple and that important. So while public comment will likely continue, you must ignore it so that the rule of law will be upheld. Which leads me to the fact that it is very important that during this trial, until you deliberate, you must not discuss this case with anyone. This includes your family and friends, and even your fellow jurors. Nor should you allow anyone to communicate with you about any specific aspect or any aspect of this case. You must not conduct any independent research about this case, the matters in this case, and the individuals involved in this case. In other words, you must not consult the internet or do anything else to try and find out information from any source outside the confines in this courtroom. Please be very careful with your social media use. Please do not use X or Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, or Reddit. Though you may never have seen anything about this case before on your social media, you cannot control what may pop up. You should also remember that use of these platforms can be public and traceable, and any searches undertaken or information received by you can and likely will be discovered. So please be extremely cautious. If you inadvertently see something about this case, please disregard it and let us know. As best as you recognize them, please have no contact with any of the participants in this trial or anyone associated with either side, including the lawyers. Please do not visit any locations that may be mentioned during the trial. We'll go on a view, as I told you, and I'll discuss that with you before we go. Remember, you were instructed that you must not, and you assured us that you would not read, watch, or listen to any account of any aspect of this case in any news media, social media, or from any other source. It is critical that you follow that instruction. Finally, please continue to keep an open mind. I know that you will try this case according to the oath that you've just taken as jurors. When you took that oath, you promised that you would well and truly try the issues between the Commonwealth and the defendant according to the evidence and the law. If you follow that oath, approach this case with an open mind, and make your decisions fairly and without prejudice or bias or sympathy for anyone, then you will arrive at a true and just verdict. And that's all we ask of you. So it's now time for the opening statements. Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. At 6:04 a.m. on January 29, 2022, the alarm bell sounded in the Canton Fire Department. Firefighter paramedic Timothy Nuttall knew what that meant. His heart skipped a beat. He raced to his equipment and he picked up his bag, which was meticulous. There was a sign and a signal, and then there was a voice commanding that there was cardiac arrest. The most serious of calls for a firefighter paramedic, that means that a person's heart has stopped. He didn't know who it was. He didn't know where it was. He took his bag, he had just gotten to the station, and he rushed to the ambulance. He was one of the most senior paramedics that morning. Another paramedic, Anthony Flamati, would be running this mission. He jumped in the back of the ambulance, the door shut, and they headed off to 34th Fairview Road. As they drove, firefighter Nuttall could not see anything. He couldn't hear anything other than the engine of the ambulance. He could feel it sliding across the road. It was near blizzard conditions. He calmed himself, he steadied himself. This is what the firefighters and paramedics are trained to do, to focus. And he focused on his task. He looked around the back of the ambulance to make sure all.
Good morning.
Were in place. The ambulance was
Welcome.
meticulous as well. This was Anthony.
I'm in Arizona, so it's really early.
Ambulance, and it was well stocked. He calmed himself and he thought about what was going to happen. What should he be looking for? What is his next steps? He played the scenarios through his mind, and every calm was above him. As the car pulled up to 34 Fairview, the ambulance, he stood at the back door, the doors open, and he stepped out into bedlam. He could hear a woman screaming and shrieking, the cold, hard air slapping on his face, and the wind, blizzard conditions swirling around him. You will hear him tell you how he trudged towards those screens in the darkness to snow. And when he got there, he saw 3 women surrounding a man lying, not moving on the ground. He walked up to the man and he reached down and he tried to find any signs of life, pulse, anything. And he found nothing. And he got up and he walked over to the woman and he walked over to that defendant, Karen Lee. And he told her that he thinks that that man is gone. And then he heard the yell from Anthony Flamati, the chief. And he said, come back, let's go. Because you'll learn that in the cold, even if somebody's heart stops, even if they're presumed to have passed, sometimes you can still save a life. So you'll see on a dash cam video, you'll hear from testimony, he went back to that man who's John O'Keefe. He went back to him and that crew, coordinated effort, they did everything they could to save his life. They got on their knees, they began CPR, and firefighter Nuttall will explain as he kneeled over John O'Keefe, he looked up and the defendant approached him, and you'll see it on the video. Now he wanted any information, because when you're trying to save someone, you want to know, are they on drugs, medication, do they have a heart condition? And he looked up at Miss Reed and he said, what happened? And you'll hear her words to firefighter Nuttall. She said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. And it was at that time, with the words of the defendant, that she admitted what she had done that night, that she hit John O'Keefe. Now those words didn't mean anything to firefighter Nuttall. They weren't in context, they didn't reconcile with the injuries, it didn't help him in his treatment, so he ignored it. Now, firefighter Nuttall is not a police officer. He is not a investigator. He is not a detective. He's a first responder. And so he takes that information. It was useless to him. He continues to work on John O'Keefe, trying to save his life. You'll see the team put him on a stretcher. And when they lift him from the ground, even though there is snow accumulating, underneath John O'Keefe is simply grass, hard, brown, frozen. And beneath his body lay his cell phone. They bring him to the ambulance, and while they're bringing him to the ambulance, you see on the videos that other first responders speak to the defendant. One first responder, Mr. Flamati, she will say, I hit him, oh my God, I hit him. And then she was interviewed or asked questions for background information, not a criminal investigation, just background to try to help John. And she was asked questions about his background, and during that conversation, you won't hear her see the defendant with the person.
You changed your picture too.
And a firefighter McLaughlin, and she tells Fire McLaughlin, the third first responder, they bring Mr. O'Keefe to Good Samaritan Hospital, and his body is cold. The doctors work feverishly. They treat him, trying to save him. They try to warm his course. And unfortunately, firefighter Nuttall's first instinct is accurate. John O'Keefe passed. So why are we here of that defendant, Karen Lee? You will learn.
This guy sounds better than the last guy.
Facts, science, and
Holy
data.
moly,
You
that
will
last guy was
learn
like,
that on January 29th,
fall asleep.
2022, when the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe were in front of 34 Fairview Road, all the way to the left side in that dark corner near a flagpole, you will learn that Mr. O'Keefe got out of the car. He got out and he stood by the side of the road after an argument with the defendant. That argument, that anger fueled by heavy intoxication, you will learn from the science and data as he stood by the side of the road, the defendant in her SUV drove away. She drove at least 35 feet away. The argument was over. It had ended. But then she stopped. She stopped. She put the Lexus into neutral, and she waited 2 seconds. And the facts and the science and data will tell you that despite the fact the argument was over, she then put the Lexus into reverse, put her foot on the gas pedal, and began to press, not 25%, not 50%, up to 75% acceleration. There was a light dusting of snow. The Lexus tire spun backwards. She went backwards at least 70 feet. She clipped John O'Keefe. He fell backwards, hit his head, broke his skull. And there he lay at the corner of Fairview Road, on the ground, lying on top of his cell phone, alone. And then the defendant will later tell that when she left, he didn't look mortally wounded. Yet he was. And she simply drove away. Now, before I tell you about the data and the facts and the science, and I walk you through that, I'd like to tell you a little bit about John O'Keefe. John O'Keefe was a young man, a local kid, very well liked, loved. John O'Keefe is the son of Peggy O'Keefe, John O'Keefe Sr., and the brother of Paul O'Keefe. Grew up in Canton, worked hard, he became a police officer. But what you're going to learn, the fact that he worked for the Boston police officer, as a Boston police officer, was just a fraction of his life. It was a small, really unimportant part, because the biggest part of John O'Keefe is he was a family man. Not in the traditional sense. You see, John O'Keefe never had biological children. John O'Keefe was never married. But John O'Keefe had a sister, and she had 2 children. And when the children were 6 and 3 years old, his sister unfortunately.
Do you think she did it?
And shortly after.
Or is this just like a really well spun story?
John O'Keefe was a help. He didn't sit by. He saw these two recently orphaned children, and he stepped in and he said he was going to raise them. So he put aside his career, he put aside his job, and he moved in with the children and raised them like they were his own. They were his passions, his love. He was a new parent, successes, failures, like all parents. And he raised the children with the help of people in the community, with the help of his brother, with the help of his family. And they led a good life. Enter Karen Reed. Around COVID, the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe reacquainted, and they started a relationship. And you'll hear that even though the defendant had her own home, she was staying with Mr. O'Keefe a lot, 4, 5, 6 times a week. And to most of the world, it was a pretty good relationship. They spent time together, they did activities with the children together. She helped with driving the children, feeding the children. It was a steady relationship until about the beginning of 2022. And then things began to unravel. There was tension, there was arguments. In fact, just a few days before this incident, you'll hear that Mr. O'Keefe asked her to leave, but she wouldn't. You're going to be able to read text messages of their conversations on January 28, 2022, and you will see the tension and the unraveling of the relationship. You will read about the discord between the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe. You will see that when he would ignore her calls, they would become incessant. When he would try to push away, she would come closer. You will read those text messages and you will realize that this was the beginning of the end of this relationship. That night, they decided they would go out together. I want to tell you something about data and science before we get to that night. I mentioned that underneath John's body was a cell phone. A cell phone is an amazing piece of technology. It is like a computer. It carries extraordinary data. And when they found the cell phone, the only companion to John O'Keefe that night, they studied the cell phone, and there'll be some remarkable data that you will use in this case to find the truth. I want to mention 3 different things you will find in a cell phone that are critical to this case. The first is called location data. Waze we've all heard of, Google Maps. Well, at some point that night, John put his Waze on, and Waze is like a breadcrumb that will show exactly where the phone goes second by second. It is the strongest, most accurate location data that you can have. And that night, John was using Waze. It also will have healthcare data. Healthcare data will show when somebody is moving. Sometimes it's qualified as steps, but it doesn't necessarily mean somebody's stepping. Moving their arms, walking, turning. It doesn't show what direction or how far, but it shows movement of a person. Okay. And the third thing, remarkably, will be an expert in this case who found the data file on the phone, and it tracks the temperature of the cell phone battery. That will be critical to your analysis in this case, the temperature of the cell phone battery. And so with that, I want to take you back to the timeline of that night. After the discord, both the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe decided they would meet at a bar called McCarthy's. Now, McCarthy's is a local bar, a blizzard is pending, and people are getting together in a celebratory mood. They go to McCarthy's and you see a video of McCarthy's, and you will watch both Mr. O'Keefe, friends, and the defendant drinking alcohol, and you will count 8 vodka drinks that the defendant drank. They arrive at 8:50, they stay till 9:45. You consumed at least 7 of those
Which
drinks
trial?
in less than 2. The last drink, you'll see when they leave the
I
bar.
might be covering a lot of trials since I'm not going to have a
They
job.
walk out and they go to another bar to meet other friends called the Waterfall.
You tell me what to cover, and I'll cover
They
it.
get to the Waterfall sometime around 10 p.m. And when they go into the waterfall, you'll see a video. And when I said celebratory mood, you will see a group of friends of John O'Keefe, many who are friends with Karen and John, and you'll see them clapping and happy and joyous that they're there. You'll see many hugs between John O'Keefe and his friends and the defendant and many of the people there. and they spend some time together, they're drinking, and they all do a shot. So that will be at least the 8th drink within 3 hours. That's consumed. You will see from the data, not just the cell phone data, but there's some other very important data, and the other piece of data that goes hand in glove with the cell phone.
Girl, yes, you know I'm covering that because,
On the defendant's Lexus.
hey, Gwen, good morning. That's in Texas, honey. That's popping off.
Or there's some type of event that captures a small amount of time. Well, that was captured in the defendant's Lexus. That black box information with the cell phone data will tell you everything you need to know in this case. It will bring us step by step through the entire night to the death of John O'Keefe. And so they leave the waterfall bar at 12:12, and you'll see that the ignition goes on to the defendant's Lexus.
I need to hear all the alternate point of views on that one.
Defendant in the car, and they decide that they're going to.
That's going to be a
34th.
woo crazy one right there.
They're going to go there for a get together for one of the homeowners.
But we all need to be respectful because that's going to be woohoo, nutty,
When
nutty.
they drive back, you will be able to follow them with this location data. When they go back to Fairview, they don't know exactly where it is, and they get lost. And so John O'Keefe makes a phone call, has a phone call with one of his friends, Jen McCabe. And during that phone call, which the defendant listens to because she recounts it, and trying to get directions, Jen McCabe tells John O'Keefe it's near Bella's mom's house. You'll learn that Bella, or her mom, was somebody that John had dated before this. And so as they make their way through Fairview, you will see there's a road that comes down like a loop and that leads to Fairview. They take a wrong turn on the loop, and then they do a 3-point turn in the driveway. That's the size driveway they turn into because some type of acceleration movement triggered that black box in the Lexus. And that's important because that's 7 minutes before the collision. And you'll see from the waves
Yeah, he's young.
where the car was. You'll see from the black box.
It's funny he says 3-point turn in Alabama. That's the hardest thing you have to do to pass a driving test, which I failed 3 times. But don't tell nobody.
And the witnesses in that truck will say they blinked the lights. One of them saw a man and woman in the car, John and the defendant, and then they followed the Lexus because they were going to the same house. The truck stopped at the driveway, and the Lexus, the defendant's car, you will hear because of the waves, and be counted second to second, never stops. It rolls very slowly all the way to the end of the yard in the corner where there's a tree line and a flagpole. And they reach that location at 12:34:33. And they're in the car and they stay there. The truck waits, they speak to somebody in the house who comes out, the person goes back in the house and they're there for about 5 minutes. We're now down to 2 minutes before the collision. The truck waits, and now it's just the defendant and John. And while they're waiting outside, 12:27, John gets a text from Jen McCabe. Park behind us in the driveway. 12:29, she texts again. Are you coming in? You'll hear that Jen McCabe and others look out the window and see the defendant's Lexus in front of the flagpole at the far end. It's snowy, it's dark, it's windy, they're waiting. You will know that John O'Keefe was in that car, that Lexus, and didn't move because his healthcare data is not moving. It's not moving until 12:31:56. At 12:31:56, he begins to move. You will have 20 seconds before he falls. 20 seconds. He gets out of the car, the Lexus, and in that 20 seconds, you'll hear that user initiated. He looks at the phone, at the text message to Jen McCabe. It's now 12:32:09. He closes the phone the last time. It will be the last time he uses that phone. From the waterfall bar, you see that he keeps it in his back pocket. And at that time, 12:32:09, last user, he has 7 more seconds to move before he lied dormant the rest of the night. We'll also have the information from the defendant's Lexus black box. The clocks run differently. There's a 30-second variance, but it's right in the heart of that time. And you will see in the data at that time when he makes his last movements with the phone is when her car leaves 34 feet at least, stops, neutral, and then shoots into reverse with the tire spinning right towards him, right where he got out. You'll know they're arguing because the next morning she tells a firefighter, I'm sad because our last moments were fighting. She drives away. They said she's made later statements that when she left, he didn't look mortally wounded. He lied on the ground on top of his phone, light dusting of snow, the snow now picking up. And he's just there. It's 12:37. Now, when he's in the car, before he gets to Fairview, the battery temperature of that phone is 77 degrees. 77 degrees in the warm car. Now that he's been outside the car for 5 minutes, it drops to 72 degrees. She drives to his house. She makes a phone call at 12:33 after she's left Fairview. She calls again at 12:33 and leaves a message. You'll hear it. And you will hear the anger and rage in her voice. She leaves a message. John, I fucking hate you. Pardon my language. You will hear the simmering. And she leaves that message. He lies on the side of the road. He gets another text message that's unanswered. Where are you? 12:45. Battery temperature 61 degrees. Stop. He gets almost 40 calls from the defendant that night. His phone rings, but he never answers. You'll hear from an expert that the light never initiates, the healthcare data never moves. John alone with his only companion, his phone. At 12:53, cell phone drops to almost 60 degrees. 12:59, the defendant leaves another message on John's phone. Now, she hasn't spoken to anybody. Nobody has spoken to her. But her message is out. You'll learn the message says, John, nobody knows where you are.
I'm watching out for Daybell. I don't think they go back in until 10:30.
The evidence will make clear that she knew he was there. She did not call 911. She did not go back. She did not leave an anonymous tip. She left. The night wears on. It's now 1:07. Battery temperature 55 degrees. 1:14, she calls her mother. No answer. 1:14:53. Battery temperature 50 degrees. The defendant had healthcare data on her as well, but it'll hear that it stops around time. But then she wakes. 5 o'clock, she is frantic. She wakes up John's niece and she is unintelligible. She is yelling, she's screaming, she out of her deep sleep, she wakes up and she hears, Jen, 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 screaming Jen's name. John's dead. Hangs up the phone. Jen McCabe calls back. And then she, what's going on? And she told, well, I left him at the waterfall at the beginning of the cover. She tells Jen McCabe, I left him at the waterfall. Jen calls back and says, you saw you up front. You did leave him at the waterfall. She hangs up. He then minutes later calls another person, Kerry Roberts, a friend of John O'Keefe. Someone who's not friends with the defendant, but they know because they helped raise the kids and they interacted. She had nothing to do with the night before. Wasn't at the bars. Was home with
So
her
is
family.
Karen Reed being charged with first degree?
I think John's at the Kerry with that information, calls 911. She calls hospitals. She can hear her voice. She's concerned. Okay. And then she gets another call from the defendant. And she tells the defendant, come to my house. I will help you look at him. And the defendant,
Does anyone know for sure? I'm going to look it up.
I don't remember anything. Waiting for her to arrive, she learns she doesn't arrive. Instead, the defendant goes to Jen McCabe's house. Kerry Roberts, the other friend, then goes to Jen McCabe's house, pulls behind the car. And when she does, she's on Bluetooth, and she can hear the defendant say, "My taillight's broken, my taillight's broken." And she looks, and the snow pack in the right taillight, she can see a piece of the taillight missing. The defendant desperately wants to go to 34th Fairview Road, but Kerry Roberts takes over and says, "We're gonna go back to John's house. Maybe he's in the house when you didn't see him." So both cars, driven by Kerry Roberts and then Jen McCabe, with the defendant, go back to John O'Keefe's house. You'll see a ring video where you see them go into the house and they look around, and you'll hear about the woman, Jen and Kerry, enlisted into this task. Look for John O'Keefe. They cannot find him. And then when Kerry Roberts comes into a room, she sees, rather than looking, the defendant simply standing there, staring at the wall. At that point, the defendant insists they got to go back to Fairview Road. They decide they'll take one car. Kerry Roberts is taking charge. She's going to drive. They leave Miss Reed's Lexus in John O'Keefe's driveway, and they drive back towards 34th Fairview Road. It is blizzard-like conditions. It is dark. They can barely see a thing. And when they get close to the edge of 34th Fairview, you hear the defendant start to scream, "There he is!" Both women look and they can't see anything. She starts kicking the door. The defendant's kicking the door. "Let me out." Kerry Roberts stops the car and lets her out, and she sees the defendant run exactly to where John O'Keefe is in the darkness. That's where she left him. Kerry gets out of the car, starts to walk towards where the defendant is, and she sees the defendant lying on a body. She can't tell who it is because the face is still covered with snow. And she comes over and looks, and she wipes off the snow from John O'Keefe's face. She realizes he's one of her best friends in the world is John O'Keefe. And she starts to try to do first aid. They start to move him, and coincidentally at 6:06, when they start to move him, the cold air hits that cell phone battery. It drops from 50 to 43 degrees. And they try, Jen McCabe calls 911. And that's when a police officer arrives, firefighter Nuttall and his crew. And when they lift him, that cell phone battery that is shot down to 37 degrees, Kerry Roberts picks it up and puts it in her pocket, and it immediately starts to warm as she moves to help get a data. Showing movement starts again. At that point, nobody knows what happened. The Canton Police Department come. You can see their police cars and cruisers. They're not sure, so they look in the area where John's body is and find a glass from the bar near his body. They find blood spots. They try to put the blood spots in plastic containers. They don't know what they're looking for at this point. There's no information. They don't believe or know that there's a crime. They just know that John O'Keefe somehow ended up here with the broken glass and the blood. And so that morning, you can see the work of the Canton Police Department try to uncover a little bit around his body to see what they could find, which was very little. And then Kerry Roberts goes and picks up Peg O'Keefe, tells her the news, and they go to the hospital. They go to the Good Samaritan Hospital, and Kerry Roberts is walking, and Peg O'Keefe is going to go see.
So this is not good for Michael.
And she walks
By the
down
way.
hall. Karen Reed is also in the hospital. See, there was some reports of maybe she was upset or suicidal, so they sectioned her. They put her
This
into evaluation.
So not good for Michael, you guys.
You'll hear Peg O'Keefe tell her she walked down the hall. Was her son. The defendant was screaming, "Is he dead? Is he dead?" As she walked by Karen Reed, she stopped and she said, "Karen, what happened?" And you hear that Karen was excited and yelling, "Is he dead?" Stops her excitement. Stolen.
So they can oh gosh, this is not good for Michael. Every case we do, by the way, is going to always go back to Michael.
And then she has to go back home because she has to tell the children. Now, while she's out, the Canton Police Department sent an officer to the house.
So this is a retrial based on she was a mistrial the first time because they basically came not guilty on one charge and a hung jury on the other. That's the exact same thing that happened to Michael.
They can't find the children.
And the judge would not dismiss the charges. So the first degree
And then
in
maybe here's a knock
Massachusetts
on the
is
door,
premeditated,
which
right?
is The defendant and her father.
That's what she was charging the first time, and it was found not guilty. Same thing with
They
Michael.
come in,
But the next charge, they were hung.
and they ask, "Can we go upstairs?" John
That's what
goes,
she's being charged on now.
and she
The lawyers
goes,
tried to get that dismissed because of
her
double jeopardy.
grandson. They go upstairs,
The judge would
they're
not
upstairs
drop
for about
that.
15 minutes.
That's what she's being on the second trial because they said the same thing, double jeopardy.
Now, they got there from the defendant's father, wrote his wife and the father.
They said it violated her constitutional rights to do this
When
again.
they leave, they take 2 cars. They take the Lexus with the broken taillight with them back to the defendant's father's house. And you will learn
So did
that
Karen
the
Reed's.
police
Karen Reed's had a
started getting
verdict.
some
She
of
was
the
found not
information. They learned
guilty
about
on the
broken
first degree.
taillight. They learned
So was
information
Michael.
that she had told people that she had hit him. They went down to see her. And on the way down, they decided they would get a warrant to take the Lexus.
So this is a
When they
second
get
degree
down
trial.
to Dayton, where the
right now.
car is, you'll hear from Trooper Buchanan with a look. They went in, spoke briefly to the defendant. They took the car, they brought it back to Canton. And so what you'll learn from the forensic evidence that will help with the science and data is that not only was the cell phone left behind, but also around that area, broken taillight was littered around John O'Keefe's body. Littered around that area. When they got to the hospital, they noticed there was a shoe missing. As time went by, snow melted, they dug the excavation, they found the shoe on a little berm on the border between the street and the grass. You'll learn days later when they did a plant excavation, they found the cat frozen into the ground. Ultimately, they would find over the course of 10 days that the snow melted almost all every piece of that broken in the area. The hat, the sneaker, the glass.
Well, they're appealing it because I've tried to get the FOIA and they emailed me yesterday and told me they weren't going to give it to me because they are still appealing the
You learn the back of her Lexus around the taillight area is John's DNA.
decision.
And stuck to the side.
So this is not good if they compare it to this.
Now,
They could still have a chance.
John O'Keefe fell backwards and hit his head after he was clipped by a car. And you're going to hear from a very renowned doctor, a neurosurgeon, who has treated thousands and thousands of head injuries. And the wound on the back of the head, when he fell backwards, from the cracked skull, it's called a basal fracture, it created an injury called counter coup. After he was hit by a car and fell backwards and hit his head on that hard rock ground, remember there's no snow, it's just a dusting at this point, the back of his brain hits the back of his skull and bounces up. When it bounces up, it leaves marks showing that impact. And this neurosurgeon will tell you, he's treated thousands of patients, that this injury, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, is counter coup caused by falling backwards and hitting your head. When the medical examiner for the state looked at it, they generally said blunt force trauma, they had it undetermined. So
Well, at this point, it will go to the Supreme Court because it's already been all the way up to
you're also going to hear from an active reconstruction.
the appellate.
Welch.
The next court is the Michigan Supreme Court.
Local police. He was hired to take a look at this case and the data. He'll come in and explain to you exactly what I talked about, how the data from that black box coincides with the cell phone and the movements of the car, the moments before, during, and after the defendant struck John O'Keefe with her car. Now, just a few more things I want to share with you. There are 3 charges against the defendant in this case. The first one, second-degree murder. When most people hear murder, they instantly think shooting somebody, stabbing somebody, bringing premeditation. Our honor will instruct you on the law. I'm not going to trample in that area, but I can tell you clearly, we are not going to try to prove that Karen Reed tried to kill John O'Keefe. We're not going to try to prove to you that she intended or wanted him dead. That's not second-degree murder. What we'll prove to you is she engaged in an intentional act, driving back at him at that speed, in the storm, in the darkness, knowing that he had just gotten out of her Lexus. She intended that act would cause the plain, the strong likelihood of death. That's what will keep second-degree murder. Also, operating under the influence of alcohol, manslaughter will prove that she drove her Lexus recklessly. She hit John O'Keefe, and because she hit him and he fell back, she caused his death. The third charge is being seen after knowingly causing death. Again, she hit Mr. O'Keefe with a car. She knew he was injured. She left him behind. And he died. That's the whole group. This case will come down to the science and the data. The science and the data that cell phone is the best of historians. It doesn't suffer from intoxication. It doesn't suffer from memory loss. It doesn't suffer from emotion, pride, or prejudice. It is facts. It is data. And that facts and data will lead you to the truth in this case. But after Ms. Reed was charged, she began what you'll learn as a campaign to make public statements. 2020, Nightline, Fox 25, a documentary. And we've had an opportunity to get many of her statements in the footage, and we're going to show much of it. And her statements to you will confirm what you already know from the science and the data, what you will already conclude from the facts independent about what she did that night. Her word simply confirmed that her judgment is sound. And you're going to hear from her own lips and many of her statements, her admissions to extraordinary intoxications, her admissions to driving the Lexus, her admissions to being angry at John that night. And I dare say her admissions that she told. I'd like to play for you clip one. You're going to hear the first of the statements that she made after she was charged.
I mean, I didn't think I hit him, but could I have clipped him? Could I have tagged him in the knee and incapacitated him? He didn't look mortally wounded as far as I could see, but could I have done something that knocked him out and in his drunkenness and in the cold didn't come to again?
And this would have been the moment you dropped him off at the party.
Yeah, would have had to.
Why would she go on television and do this? You never do interviews before your trial is over.
Ladies and
Ever,
gentlemen,
never.
I simply ask you to follow the evidence, follow the science, follow the data. Ignore speculation, surmise, conjecture. Stay true to the evidence. It will lead you to the truth. That on January 29, 2022, a very intoxicated defendant was angry and arguing about the relationship with John O'Keefe. And after the fight was over, she left, but she brought the fight back to him in the form of her SUV. She clipped him, he fell backwards, he broke his head, and then this man who helped, a lifetime of help, was left at the corner of that yard, left to die with no help. The facts, the data, and the evidence will bring you to the truth, and the defendant's own words will confirm everything you've already
All right, thank you, Mr. Jackson.
Could I have just a moment to readjust?
Sure, the court officers will be kind enough to help you.
May I, Your Honor? The evidence in this case will establish above everything else 3 points. There was no collision with John O'Keefe. There was no collision. There was no collision. John O'Keefe did not die from being hit by a vehicle, period. The facts will show that. The evidence will show that. The data will show that. The science will show that. And the experts will tell you that. You'll learn that the Commonwealth has pinned its entire case on a brazen and a flawed assertion that is untethered, unconnected to the facts and to the evidence. And their assertion is contrary to science. Because at the end of the day, folks, there was no collision with John O'Keefe. So how did we end up here? How does Karen Reed end up sitting in that chair on trial for an event that literally never happened? Well, the evidence is going to explain it. And it can be summed up in the following text message at the very beginning of this investigation. A text message of a now fired Massachusetts State Police officer named Michael Proctor. He was the lead investigator on this case, and he was talking about a fellow officer, a fellow cop, who owned the property where John O'Keefe's body was found. Text message with a buddy. Question: is the homeowner going to catch any shit? Answer: nope. He's a Boston cop too. That quote defines the lack of integrity of the Commonwealth's entire case, its entire investigation, and this prosecution. During the course of this trial, you'll learn much more about Mr. Proctor, why he said that, and what it really means. What you'll see and hear in this courtroom in the coming weeks is not just a story of a tragic loss. And make no mistake, John O'Keefe's death is and was a tragic loss. But the story you'll hear is about an investigation.
Girl, that did not look like a woman.
Errors
Just
from
want
the
you to know.
beginning, a rush to judgment, conflicted and corrupted from the start. Corrupted by bias, corrupted by incompetence, and corrupted by deceit. Finally, it was corrupted by a deliberate effort to avoid and to cover up the very truth that you are seeking. You'll find when you hear the evidence that the Commonwealth's case is the literal definition of reasonable doubt. They won't be able to talk their way out of it. They won't be able to explain their way out of it. They won't be able to excuse their way out of it.
I was like, are you
And
sure?
they can't meet their extreme burden of proof, which the court will tell you is beyond any and all reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. Members of the jury, Karen Reed found John O'Keefe dead on the front lawn of a Boston police officer, Brian Albert, at 6 a.m. on January 29th, 2022. Picture the scene. Blood-curdling screams, ambulances, emergency lights on, fire engines, ladder trucks, paramedics, patrol vehicles, patrol cruisers, police officers, first responders, firefighters, all swarming all over Brian Albert's lawn, literally feet under his bedroom window. Yet Brian Albert, a sworn peace officer, a first responder himself, never came outside. Never went outside to see what the chaos was about, never went outside to see if he could assist a man in need, never walked outside his house to see if he could help a fallen fellow officer on his own front lawn. More shockingly, you'll learn that lead investigator for the Massachusetts Police, Michael Proctor, never set foot inside Brian Albert's house that day. Never engaged in any investigation inside that house that day, even though a party with much alcohol had just occurred in that house, and even though a Boston police officer was found dead or dying just mere feet from the front door on that lawn. He never secured the crime scene, never separated and secured witnesses. He never properly collected evidence. He never secured the evidence. He never searched for signs of a struggle inside or outside the home. He never properly canvassed the neighborhood. Michael Proctor never did any of these things, even though fellow officers of Michael Proctor's actually mentioned, in their words, not mine, that it looked like John O'Keefe may have been, quote, in a fight. You'll have questions about that conduct. During the course of this trial, you'll find that the Commonwealth will not have answers. You'll see from the evidence in this case that this case carries a malignancy, one that is spread through the investigation. It's spread through the prosecution from the very start, from the jump. A cancer that cannot be cut out, a cancer that cannot be cured. And that cancer has a name. His name is Michael Proctor. Now, you didn't hear his name in the prosecution's opening statement. Not once. And I suspect that was probably by design. But make no mistake about it. The evidence will show in this case that Michael Proctor is the very definition of the Commonwealth's case. And he's also their Achilles heel. He was the lead investigator on the case officer, the architect of the entire prosecution. You'll learn there's not a single part of this case, folks, not a single part that he didn't touch, that he didn't direct, that he didn't orchestrate personally. Every single bit of it has his fingerprints on it. You'll learn that Michael Proctor was a longtime family friend of the Alberts. And he's been disgraced by his own agency, not by us, by the Massachusetts State Police. Investigated, suspended, and fired. The evidence will show that Massachusetts State Police found him guilty, found Michael Proctor guilty of bringing dishonor to the department for his conduct, not in some other case, not in some tangential case, in this case. The investigation of Karen Reed. Conduct that included bias in favor of his friends, the all-powerful Albert family, and bias against my client, Miss Reed, the outsider. Do you have any idea how hard it is for a state trooper to get fired? Well, the evidence is going to show that Michael Proctor earned it. Every bit of it. You'll hear that within hours of a Boston police officer being found dead on Brian Albert's lawn, Michael Proctor, the lead investigator, who had investigated exactly nothing up to this point, right at the beginning, made an early pronouncement that Brian Albert himself was not going to, quote, catch any shit, end quote. And that was for one reason and one reason only. He's a Boston cop. The evidence will show that Michael Proctor made this statement in a text conversation with his high school buddies. A text he never thought would see the light of day, certainly never thought we would get a hold of. And when he thought no one was looking, he actually said the quiet part out loud. He's a cop too. We'll give him a pass. You'll learn that in Michael Proctor's world, rank has its privileges. And the evidence will show that's privileges that you don't get and I don't get. But apparently a Boston police officer, Brian Albert, and his friends, they do get. You'll learn that in Michael Proctor's world, he didn't care about finding the truth. In his world, his priority was to protect the brotherhood, to protect that blue wall, to protect his friends who were at the Alberts' house that night. I want to take a step back, if I could, and spend the next few minutes talking a little bit more detail about what the actual facts in this case will show, not based on speculation, not based on surmise, not based on conjecture, but the actual true facts you will learn through this. On January 2022, it was a Friday night. John and Karen had made plans to meet up with friends for drinks. It was a happy and normal night for them. They were affectionate, they were loving, they were in good spirits, nothing out of the ordinary. They started a local watering hole called C.F. McCarthy's. You've heard that name before and you'll hear it again. And eventually they made their way over to the Waterfall Bar and Grill, another bar where they ended up. When they got to the Waterfall Bar and Grill, the Albert family was already there, already heavily drinking. You'll learn that this was no ordinary family, the Alberts. The Albert family was a well-known Canton family. Some might even describe them as a very powerful Canton family. Brian Albert was there at the waterfall. You'll hear that he's a longtime Boston police officer. His wife, Nicole Albert, was there with him. His brother, Chris Albert, a powerful Canton politician. He sits on the select board. The select board actually governs the police department, the Canton PD. He was there. His wife, Julie Albert, was there. Their daughter, Caitlin Albert, was there. His sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, was there. Her husband, Matt McCabe, was also there. They were all there drinking before John and before Karen ever arrived. You'll learn that a man by the name of Brian Higgins, also a law enforcement officer and longtime friend, longtime pal of Brian Albert, he was also there. And the two of them, the two Bryans, had been drinking most of the night together. You'll see video footage from the waterfall, which will show you that Karen and John were happy. They were affectionate. They were caring. They were loving. Just business as usual, out on a date on a Friday night. But that exact same video footage which lead investigator Michael Proctor plainly chose to ignore that video footage. It paints a very different picture of Brian Higgins. You'll learn that Higgins had romantic designs for Karen. That becomes important. Brian Higgins had engaged Karen in flirtatious texts, but days earlier, she had put a stop to it. She had ghosted him, in common parlance. In other words, just ignored him. The evidence will show that the first time he saw her and was in her presence after being rejected by her was when she walked into the Waterfall Bar and Grill along with her boyfriend, John O'Keefe. At 11:58 p.m., just minutes before John ultimately arrived at the Albert residence, you'll see a video at the waterfall of an unsettling interaction, troubling interaction between Brian Higgins and John O'Keefe. And unlike the lead investigator, Michael Proctor, in this case, you won't ignore that evidence. As the bar was closing around 12 midnight, the Alberts invited everybody back to their house for a get-together to just keep the night going. And you'll learn that Karen and John ultimately pulled up to the house. They got out of the SUV to make sure they had the right address. You see, neither John nor Karen had ever been to 34 Fairview. They weren't even sure they were at the right address. And the evidence will establish that John got out of the SUV and went into the house. Let me say that again. The facts unequivocally, the data, the science, the witnesses will all unequivocally establish that John O'Keefe went into the Albert home that night. Eyewitnesses and forensic data will establish that fact. When he didn't come back out, you'll learn that Karen grew increasingly frustrated. She got upset. She was left alone in a car in the cold, in the middle of the night, with the car idling. John had gone into the house. She expected him to come right back out. And when he didn't, seconds turned into minutes, and minutes started to clock away. She left John a voicemail, then another voicemail, voicemail after voicemail after voicemail, text messages. But he was unresponsive. He didn't pick up a single call. He didn't respond to a single text. The longer he didn't respond, the more upset she got. The Commonwealth will intimate, as they already have in their opening statement, that these voicemails are evidence that the two were fighting. The actual evidence in this case, however, will show the exact opposite. You'll hear that Karen was very agitated. You'll hear some voicemails where she's swearing. You'll hear voicemails where she calls him names. There's name calling. But you'll also hear the context of those voicemails. Every single one of them, every single one of those voicemails was left for John after he failed to come back out of the house, after he failed to respond to her voicemails and to her texts. Karen believed John had just left her sitting there, grabbed a beer, was partying with his friends. The evidence will actually show that John and Karen never had a crossword, not a single crossword that entire evening before he left that SUV and went inside the house. And you will learn what Karen had absolutely no way of knowing at the time. It wasn't that he wouldn't respond to her. It's that he couldn't respond to her. And the evidence will show you why. Let's talk about that. we'll introduce you to a doctor named Elizabeth Lopasada, a renowned forensic pathologist, a medical examiner, and a professor at Brown University. She will tell you that the injury to the back of John's head, first of all, was immediately incapacitating. And that has meaning. At the moment he suffered that fatal head injury, he couldn't walk, talk, grab his phone, cry for help, nothing. He was completely incapacitated, completely unconscious from the moment he suffered that injury. He was completely still and incapable of interacting with anyone or anything. But the doctor will tell you something more, and just as important. She'll tell you that John O'Keefe did not suffer from hypothermia, as the Commonwealth will undoubtedly allege. His body showed no signs of it. No frostbite, no cold-induced injuries to his organs, no damage based on cold or frost. Ladies and gentlemen, the scientific evidence and the medical evidence will establish that John O'Keefe had to be injured somewhere else, somewhere warmer, and his body had to have been moved out into the cold. And that's where, ultimately at 6 a.m., Karen found him the next morning. You will learn that John did not have a single injury consistent with being hit by a car. Let me say that again. The evidence will establish that John did not suffer a single injury on his body consistent with having been hit by a car. Not one. You'll learn that John's torso, his ribs, his chest, his arms, his hips, his legs, his knees, his ankles, his feet, all of them, no broken bones, no fractures, no contusions, no torn ligaments, no internal injuries, not even a bruise. Nothing consistent with a car accident, despite the Commonwealth's contention that he was slammed into by a 6,000-pound SUV. Not a bruise. Dr. Lopasada will tell you with medical certainty that, in fact, John was not struck by a vehicle. Medically and scientifically, he could not have been struck by a vehicle. Therefore, as I said, there was no collision. She will tell you that the patterned abrasions on John's right arm, the patterned abrasions you see over my left shoulder, they're not the result of being struck by a car or a taillight. You'll take one look at these injuries and you'll agree with Dr. Lopasada. The evidence will show that these injuries are from an animal, like a large dog, like the large dog that was inside the Albert house that night. You'll learn that Brian Albert has actually admitted that his large dog, the family dog, is, quote, not good with strangers. And of course, John, never having been to the house before, was a stranger that night. You'll also learn that oddly, very oddly, after having their family pet for 7 years, a short time after this incident, the Alberts got rid of that dog. They called it rehoming her. But she was gone. Dr. Lopasada will also tell you that the injury to John's head was not the result of falling backward onto a flat lawn, cold or otherwise. Rather, Dr. Lopasada will tell you with medical certainty that the injury pattern to his scalp was produced by an impact from a raised or ledged surface, a surface that does not exist on Brian Albert's front lawn where John was found. The medical evidence will establish no hypothermia, no injuries from a car strike, no collision with a motor vehicle. And forensic analysis of John's cell phone, Mr. Brennan mentioned that in his opening statement. The Commonwealth's own expert will ultimately support the exact facts that I just told you, including the temperature data. John O'Keefe was injured someplace warmer, and he was moved. That alone is reasonable doubt, but there's much more. You'll also learn that there were many people at that after-hours gathering at Brian Albert's house who would have left by the front door just feet from where John O'Keefe's body would have ultimately been had he actually been there right after 12:30 a.m., which is what the Commonwealth's claim is. There were nearly a dozen people who walked out that front door directly adjacent to the precise spot where John O'Keefe would have been lying. Not a single person, not one, not a single person saw a 6'2", 216-pound man laying sprawled in the front lawn in dark clothing on a light white dusting of snow. Not one. Then the evidence will also show that every one of those same people drove by that same spot, not walked by it, drove by it to leave the house, and still not one of them saw John laying in the yard when they left between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m. in the morning. But you know who else you'll find never saw a body on that lawn? The snowplow driver, a completely independent witness charged with plowing the streets in Canton that night. You'll hear that Michael Proctor, oh, he's not done yet, Mr. Proctor. You'll hear that Michael Proctor wrote a report where he claimed that Fairview had not been plowed that night. You'll learn that that was completely false. That was a lie. Michael Proctor did not want any more witnesses. He didn't want the truth. And he falsely claimed that the road was never plowed. You'll learn that he wouldn't look for the plow driver, but we did. And we found, and we'll introduce you to, Brian Loughran. He plowed Fairview that night, and what he's going to tell you is that there was no body on that lawn at 2:30 in the morning. You'll learn that Brian Loughran passed by 34 Fairview, traveling right next to Brian Albert's front yard, and at 2:30 a.m., John O'Keefe was not there. But you'll see that the plow driver also provides some other troubling information, troubling testimony for the Commonwealth. You'll learn that after making that pass at 2:30 a.m., he showed up with his plow an hour later. He stopped at the entrance of Fairview. He was looking up Fairview to decide whether or not to plow it, but he saw an obstruction. At 3:30 a.m., he looked down the street, and in the very spot precisely where Karen would later find John's body laying at 6 a.m., there was a car parked in front of it, a Ford Edge. You're going to ask yourself, who's moving a car at 3:30 in the morning into a blizzard on the side of the road? You'll learn that Michael Proctor, the lead investigator, intentionally ignored this fact as well. He did no investigation to find out who owned a Ford Edge, but again, we did. And the evidence will establish that Ford Edge happens to be a favorite model of the Albert family. More than one Albert owned a Ford Edge at the time. You'll learn that those facts will add to the mounting and the overwhelming evidence that there was no collision and John O'Keefe's body was moved onto that lawn. You'll find that this is yet additional reasonable doubt in the case. You'll be introduced to science and physics, even from the Commonwealth's own experts. That science will establish that Karen Reed's SUV was not damaged by hitting a pedestrian, and conversely, John O'Keefe's injuries did not come from being struck by a vehicle. The Commonwealth mentioned triggering events, but what you'll actually learn from the experts, some of them the Commonwealth's own experts, is that a triggering event is not evidence of an accident. It does not evidence a collision. That's why we're here, a collision. And there's no evidence of one, zero. You'll also find that those exact sort of triggering events that the Commonwealth will rely on are relatively commonplace on Karen's SUV, and none of them are associated with a claim of a collision. Folks, the science will not lie, and the physics cannot lie. And that science will tell you with certainty there was no collision with John O'Keefe. You'll add that to that rising mountain of reasonable doubt. I want to take you back to the night in question, January 29th, for just a few minutes. Remember, Karen had gone home after dropping off John and John walking to the house. While Karen was asleep at home with John's 13-year-old niece, what were the people who had been at Brian Albert's house that night? What were they doing? While she slept, what you'll find and what the evidence will show is that they were extremely busy. You'll learn that after a long night of heavy drinking, Brian Higgins left the Albert residence, but he didn't drive home. Rather, he drove over to the Canton Police Department, where he kept an office. at about 1:25 a.m. Not a Canton police officer, but he kept an office there. Why go back to his office at 1:25 a.m.? Why go back to the Canton Police Department at 1:25 in the morning on the night of a blizzard? You'll learn that while there, Higgins made a call at 1:30 a.m. Higgins will later deny that he made that call. You'll find that curious. And his explanation for that late night visit to Canton PD, you'll find that it changes nearly every time he's asked about it. You'll learn that after everyone left Brian Albert's house, Brian Albert actually claimed he had no contact with anybody else except his wife. No contact. Until he woke up the next morning. So he says. Then you'll learn that that too is a complete lie. His phone records establish that he placed a call to none other than Brian Higgins at 2:22 a.m. shortly after Higgins completed that late night visit over to Canton PD.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing.
You wonder,
Like, honestly,
what did they possibly need to talk about?
they fired
at
Proctor.
2:22 a.m. that night.
None of the evidence,
The evidence will
should be-
establish that Brian Albert called Brian Higgins first.
none of it.
Brian Albert then disconnected that call when Higgins
I
didn't
can't
answer
believe
it.
they're even
Seconds later,
allowing-
Brian Higgins returned the call. Brian Albert then did answer that call. They spoke for 22
This
full seconds.
investigation to be entered
Had a
at
conversation.
all.
Then they both hung up their respective phones.
It just seems so botched.
You'll learn that when they were asked about these calls and conversations, both Brian Albert and Brian Higgins lied about it. Both of them. They said they never had a call. with
I'm
each other.
shocked.
But then ultimately, when they were confronted with their own cell phone records and they could no longer deny the calls, they were asked independently, explain yourself. And they both came up with the exact same explanation. A butt dial.
It's a really
The evidence will
long
make
butt
you
dial.
question, why did Albert and Higgins speak at 2:22 a.m.? And why did they both try to cover up that phone call? You'll also learn after this incident and within days of one another, both Brian Higgins and Brian Albert, both police officers, both trained investigators, got rid of their phones. Both of them. And what else you'll learn, Brian Albert got rid of? Shortly after this incident, Brian Albert got rid of his house.
His
the whole
house,
thing.
his dog,
Just
his
sold it.
phone. I mean,
His childhood home, a home that had been in the Albert family for generations. He literally sold it mere months after this incident. Dog rehomed, phones destroyed, house sold.
very shady.
You'll learn that all these things happened shortly after the incident where John O'Keefe was found unresponsive and dying in Brian Albert's front lawn. And you'll also learn that Michael Proctor looked the other way. He did not investigate any of what I'm telling you. He pre-selected Karen Reed from the start. And he ignored everything and everyone else. Let's get back to what was happening with
Even
the
if she
others
did it,
while Karen slept.
all the evidence is
What
tainted.
you'll learn during this trial is that Brian Albert's sister-in-law, you've heard her name before, Jennifer McCabe. She was at the waterfall that night, and she was over at the Alberts' house that evening as well. She left the after-hours gathering about 2 a.m., a little before 2 a.m., got home around 2 a.m. And you'll learn that according to the Commonwealth's own evidence from a forensic software program called Physical Analyzer made by Celebrite, it's considered the gold standard for forensic tools. You'll learn that a Google search was discovered on Jennifer McCabe's phone. A Google search that Michael Proctor and his investigators never revealed to us, but we found anyway. A Google search that was time-stamped according to their own data at 2:27 a.m. 5 minutes after that 2:22 a.m. call that Higgins and Albert denied having. And that Google search on Jennifer McCabe's phone read, Hoslong to die in cold. Hoslong to die in cold. Now she misspelled the first word. Hos is supposed to be how, but the meaning's the same. How long does it take to die in the cold? Time-stamped 2:27. And then that search was also noted by the same Celebrite program as having been deleted.
It took them a long
The
time,
evidence will
but
force you to
somehow they
ask,
did. And because they're
why is
having
there
it
a
in the
search on her
same,
phone? Why is it logged at 2:27 a.m.?
State,
When the Commonwealth claims
city,
that she first
county,
learned
everything.
of John's death and where his body was hours later at 6 a.m.
I mean,
So
it's
what
just
you'll learn
wild.
is that while Karen slept, here's what was actually happening by some other very busy bees. 1:25
They may as
a.m.,
well
Brian
have kept
Higgins makes an
her. My
unexpected
God.
visit to Canton PD. 1:30 a.m., he makes a phone call that he later denies ever making. At 2:22 a.m., Brian Higgins and Brian Albert talk. They both deny and lie about having made that phone call. 2:27 a.m., 5 minutes later, a Google search appears on Jennifer McCabe's phone, Hoss longed to die in cold, hours before John's body was ever discovered. A Google search she denies making, and that she later, or at least it was later logged as deleted. Meanwhile, at 2:30 a.m., the plow driver confirms that O'Keefe's body was not on the lawn of Brian Albert's house, not at 2:30 in the morning. And at 3:30 in the morning, that area was obstructed by a Ford Edge like the one the Albert family liked to own. The evidence will show in the meantime, Karen dozed in and out of a fitful sleep for the rest of the night, only to awaken just before 5 a.m. And that's when she realized, in a panic, John had never come home. And you'll see, it wasn't like John to not come home. That morning, you'll see and hear evidence that Karen's emotions had morphed. It'd gone from frustration and anger, which you'll hear in the voicemails, to abject fear. Fear that something bad had happened. The evidence will establish by this time, Karen was panic-stricken. She had a feeling something was very, very wrong. She was unable to get a hold of John. Karen went to go look for him. She got in her Lexus and she backed up to leave her garage at One Meadows. You'll hear a lot about that address, One Meadows. That was John's house where Karen was staying. She backed out of the garage, and during the course of the trial, you'll hear that she actually struck another car with that right rear taillight. During the course of this trial, the Commonwealth is going to desperately claim that Karen Reed's taillight was actually damaged by hitting John O'Keefe. They'll have no evidence of it, mind you, none, but they'll make the claim. We'll show you a video of exactly how that taillight was originally damaged, or exactly what happened at 5:07 in the morning. The facts will show that it was damaged in John's own driveway at 5:07 when Karen backed up and made contact with another car in the driveway. This is 5 hours after she dropped John off.
I think the
and he
judge
went
is
into the
also
Albert
allowing
residence. As a result, the
that
taillight
Turtle
was
Boy
minimally
stuff
cracked,
that she
but
did.
it wasn't completely shattered or damaged or broken.
You know, because
And
Turtle
that's the
Boy,
condition of the
YouTuber
SUV
guy,
when Michael Proctor got a hold of it. That becomes important. You'll hear from an independent police officer, an eyewitness to the
got with-
damage on that
not like got
SUV,
with, but,
someone
you know,
not connected
teamed
to
up
Michael
with
Proctor
to help
or under
with
his
her
control.
campaign.
And he'll tell you
The judge
that
is
he saw the
allowing all that
taillight
stuff
damaged
in.
before it was in Michael Proctor's possession, but it was not completely shattered. And you won't have to speculate
And
how
also
that
allowing
taillight
all
got
those,
cracked
you
originally.
know, PR
see it for
campaigns she
yourself.
went on talking to Dateline and all that stuff,
It's on video.
obviously.
You'll learn that part of the reason that Karen's Lexus hit that car at One Meadows is because she backed out looking for him at a time when she was absolutely panic-stricken and grief-stricken. Where was John? Why hadn't he come home? What had happened to him? Is he hurt? Is he passed out somewhere? Her mind was reeling. The evidence will establish she wasn't giving anything away. Everything was on the table. What could have happened to John? You'll learn that when she woke up and he still wasn't home, she was just racking her brain for what could have happened to him. And she was worried about possibly the worst. He'd gotten out of the car. He'd walked to the house. She was confused. And later, when she found him at 6 a.m. on the lawn, where she last saw him going toward the house, her mind started reeling, oh my God, did a plow hit him? Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? What could have happened to him? And that video clip that you saw, out of context, when she said the words, he did not look like
Yeah, I
he was
heard he
mortally
did.
wounded. She's not talking about at midnight. She's talking about at 6 a.m. when she found him. That's what she was talking about. Your job will be to make sure that the evidence isn't presented to you too cute by half.
I don't really know that story, but I know they're allowing that stuff in.
She was saying all those things. Did a plow hit him? Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? She was saying that to herself and to other people. And the Commonwealth, very obviously, will try to seize on that panic and twist this into some admission. But here's the actual truth. That's not a confession. Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Could a plow have hit him? That's a person trying to make sense of an unexplainable circumstance, a natural concern of a bereaved significant other, a woman desperately trying to piece together what could have happened on this tragic night. John didn't come home. And the evidence will show that Karen Reed never said, I hit him. Never. Not in the background of the 911 recording, not on any dash cam video, not on any audio, not on any police body cam, not to a first responder. It's never mentioned in a single report. It's never reported in a single report from January 29th, not by one person, because it never happened. The evidence will show that there were at least 13 members of law enforcement or first responders and 2 civilian witnesses that were intently focused on what was happening at that scene. They were all over the lawn. They were all over Karen. Officer Sarath, Mullaney, Good, Lank, EMT Nuttall, Flamati, Kelly, Walsh, Woodbury, Whitley, Becker, Robery, McLaughlin, Carrie Roberts, Jennifer McCabe. They were all there watching and listening. On January 29th, when John O'Keefe was found, not one first responder reported having heard Karen Reed say the words, I hit him. Not one. Not one civilian reported having heard Karen Reed say, I hit him. The facts will show that the first time this improved statement was ever claimed to have been made was some 24 hours later by a single EMT in an interview. Now listen to this, in an interview coordinated by a Canton police detective named Kevin Albert, Brian Albert's brother. And remember, Chris Albert, the other brother, is a board selectman to whom the Canton Police Department reports. And what's more, you'll learn that Katie McLaughlin, that's the EMT, that's the single EMT, the first person to have claimed to have heard this unrecorded and unreported statement, is years-long close personal friends with a young woman named Caitlin Albert. You heard that right. It's Brian Albert's daughter. During the course of this trial, you'll become familiar with and you'll realize that the Alberts are indeed a powerful and indeed an influential family. And that will mean something. You'll learn that there are other major problems with the prosecution's case. The evidence will establish that Michael Proctor himself, the lead investigator and architect of this entire case, has a long-standing and personal relationship with the Albert family. Yes, that same Albert family. His sister was close friends with Julie Albert. He personally sat at head tables at weddings, or at a head table at weddings with the Albert family. He entrusted the Alberts with babysitting his own children. You heard that correctly. And yet he was the lead detective assigned to investigate the circumstances of a Boston police officer laying dead on the Alberts' front lawn. That's not just bias, you'll learn. That's not just coincidence. That, folks, is corruption. And you'll see how far it went. Michael Proctor was alone with all the critical evidence in this case, alone with Karen Reed's phone, alone with John's phone, alone with video footage, alone with the taillight material, alone when he claimed to recover evidence from 34 Fairview. He wrote the search warrants. He transported the evidence. He secured it. He submitted it. He did it all. That's Michael Proctor. And he did it without any reasonable oversight. You'll see during the trial that he intentionally lied and fabricated evidence during the course of this investigation. He lied in reports, warrants. He lied under oath. He lied about the time that he actually secured Karen Reed's vehicle. Why? Why would he lie about that? The evidence will give you the answer. He lied because he did not want it revealed that he had access to that vehicle and he had access to that taillight before any taillight fragments were found at 34 Fairview. Appreciate that. He had
Is he
access
serving
to the
15 years
vehicle
in prison
before
for all those
a
lies?
single piece of taillight material was ever found at the scene. You'll find that there were 2 searches. The first and second search found 0, nothing. Nothing around John's body, nothing in the street, not one piece of taillight fragment. But once Michael Proctor had that SUV and had the taillight in his custody and control, suddenly items started magically showing up. And not just a few items, 46 pieces of bright red taillight laying in the snow, supposedly found in the exact same spot that was searched not once, but twice by independent officers. It came up with 0. To be clear, you'll learn that before Michael Proctor had access to that taillight, not a single piece was ever recovered at 34 Fairview. That will become vitally, vitally important. And what about those shards of plastic, by the way? What about this DNA that the Commonwealth mentioned? They're going to try to dazzle you with talk of DNA because it sounds so scientific. DNA was on the taillight, but you'll learn that there was no DNA on the actual shards that they claim came in contact with John's arm. None. There was no blood, no tissue, no skin, no DNA on a single shard of plastic that they claim cut deep abrasions into John's arm, the arm that you saw overhead. The DNA that was actually found, the actual science will show it was found outside of the taillight housing where anyone with access to that vehicle would have touched. And it wasn't just one male's DNA. In that exact same sample, there were 3 men found, John and 2 unidentified males. So unless the Commonwealth is going to shift their theory that that SUV hit 3 men that night, their entire theory falls apart. And speaking of DNA, the evidence will further establish that John O'Keefe's shoe, the one that he was wearing when he was found, was sampled. And that DNA revealed 5, count them, 5 unidentified males. Recall that the evidence will establish independently that John was injured someplace warmer and had to be moved onto that lawn. 5 unidentified males touching that shoe. You'll also learn that you are not the first person, not the first to hear about the Commonwealth's theory of this case, that John was hit by an SUV. That's their theory. The Commonwealth presented this exact same claim to their own medical examiner, a woman by the name of Dr. Irini Scorti-Bello. And you'll learn that after reviewing what's called a law enforcement accident notifier, with law enforcement's theory of the collision written in it, defined in it, after conducting the autopsy herself, after examining John's injuries in detail, she refused to conclude that John's death was a homicide based on the Commonwealth's presentation and their theory. That's right. The Commonwealth's own medical examiner will not deem the manner of death in this case, a homicide. She won't do it. But they're nonetheless back again trying to present the exact same theory to you in this trial. Again, the evidence will show that that is reasonable doubt. Throughout this trial, the Commonwealth will try to convince you of paranormal events, phones calling themselves, messages deleting themselves, Google searches made and then unmade, evidence magically appearing and evidence magically disappearing. But all that smoke and all those mirrors will not ever reach their burden, because that's what this case is ultimately about. It's about the Commonwealth's burden of proof. You'll learn that during the trial, the Commonwealth bears the highest burden known to our justice system. They must prove every element of every charge beyond a reasonable doubt and to a moral certainty. And you'll learn that moral certainty means the highest level of certainty known in human affairs. It's not a small thing. They're not going to be able to do that. Not when every piece of this case was handled by a disgraced investigator with a motive to protect his friends, not when the physical evidence contradicts their very theory, not when their own medical examiner won't call this case a homicide based on the exact theory that they're presenting to you, not when the conduct of those in the house and the utter lack of investigation speaks volumes about those who actually have something to hide. By the end of this trial, you'll conclude that Karen Reed is not guilty of hitting John O'Keefe with her SUV. There was no collision. She's the victim of a botched and biased and corrupted investigation that was never about the truth, folks. It was about preserving loyalty. You'll find that this case is the very definition of reasonable doubt. And at the end of this trial, we'll ask you to return the only verdicts, all three of them, that are consistent with the evidence, the science, the truth, and justice. Not guilty, not guilty, not guilty. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Folks, why don't we take our morning recess? About 15 minutes.
So after being at the Lori Daybell trial yesterday, going to, so if you didn't watch our my video yesterday, we actually got, my sister and I actually got to go to Lori Daybell's closing arguments yesterday here in Arizona. So it was kind of cool. I've never been to a trial. I've never been to like a big trial like that, you know, and actually getting to see one of the trials that I cover, which I haven't been covering Lori Daybell's trial this time, but actually getting to go see closing arguments in a capital case and go see this in person. I wish that the prosecutor's closing arguments were more exciting and better. But, you know, when they get done doing their closing arguments or opening statements or what have you, you want to kind of clap at the end because you're just like, oh, they finished. So you want to do this because you just feel like, you know, it's kind of exciting, right? So after that, you just feel like, woo, you know, that's how it felt yesterday. Even though she didn't do that great of a job, but just be honest with you, it wasn't amazing. But that's how you feel. Like when he got done, I just want to go, yay. Like, you know, but anyway, it was pretty cool. Daybell's closing arguments were horrible. Hers lasted about 15 minutes and I thought she was going to go on and on and on and on, but she did not, because the prosecutor clearly objected to the majority of her whole 15 minutes of closing arguments. But I'd like to know, you know, this whole case is a debacle. I truly believe that Karen Reed should not have gone on this campaign that she went on. I understand the strategy of her campaign or the lawyer's strategy. Obviously, it was very hard to find jurors in both trials. That was their strategy, was to get this out in the public eye as much as possible, because they were not able to find jurors, especially in the second trial. This is a very hard charges to get to stick because, I mean, come on, seriously, they're trying to have premeditated charges put on her. They're trying to use the fact that she said, I hit him. I mean, my God, I don't think she did it, to be honest. They're trying to claim that she did. I think they're trying to say that she hit him before when she dropped him off. So they're trying to claim that he never made it into the party, which is kind of strange. They're basically saying that she hit him and left him out there. Why would she, first of all, with premeditation, hit him, go to his house, go to sleep, and then act like all was, you know, good, I guess, whatever, and then act like she's looking for him, going crazy? I just don't think that would be the case. And I don't think that their relationship is falling apart. Like, what does she have to gain to take him out? Well, I don't understand that. It just makes no sense to me. I just don't think there's anything for her to gain. I don't think there's anything for her. There's nothing going on in their relationship to the point that she has to take him out. I just don't think there is. So I don't know what y'all's opinion would be. I mean, I just don't think there is. I don't think that she was that angry that he wasn't calling her back or what have you. I just don't see it. So I don't know what happened in that house. I don't know if people were just really, really drunk and something went down. I'm not saying that John, I'm not saying that they intentionally possibly took him out, but maybe he left angrily and he was decided to walk home. I don't know. And that's why whatever her name is looked up on the phone, how long does it take? Because maybe he got mad and left and no one offered to drive him home. Maybe that's what happened. I think what happened was a really messed up situation and no one wants to take the blame for it. I think that because they're police officers and because they're in law enforcement, whatever, I believe that, they just were like, oh crap, we can't have this whole situation on us. And it's an unfortunate incident that happened on their property. And because they're cops, this is what happened. That's my thoughts on it. So I don't know. That's what I think. And I think that this would have been a giant crap show. And look what happened. It's a giant crap show. Now they're all involved. And I don't know. I personally don't think that this should be having another trial, because if Proctor is tainted and he tainted the entire investigation, I don't think this should be going back to trial because he's touched everything and it's a hot mess. Also, so is Karen Reed's attorney's face. His face is a hot mess. I don't know what the heck is going on there, but he needs to get rid of that, whatever's happening on his face. That is, I don't know, why does it only grow up to here? What is that? That needs to go. I hope he doesn't think that looks good. That's disgusting. Yeah, I don't know what's happening there. That does not make him look tougher or smarter or whatever. I just think that's got to get off his face. Yeah, I don't get it. What I am thankful for is that whatever that prosecutor that did all the opening statements and talked before in the first trial, that he is not speaking, because holy moly, that guy is dry and monotone as heck. And whoo, I'm just thankful that guy's not talking. Man, between the two, if I had to deal with that guy's voice and Karen Reed's defense attorney's face in this trial together, I think, I don't know. It'd be rough. I think y'all would just be watching the trial on here and I would just be, I don't know, I'd rather be cleaning my house or I'm picking up dog poop or something. I don't know. It'd be rough. But anyway, that's my thoughts. I don't know what y'all's thoughts are. But Karen Reed, to me, is not a likable person. She looks angry all the time. But I think that's a lot of Northerners, Yankees, as we call them, if you're not above the Mason-Dixon line. So that's my thoughts. But I can see that the O'Keefe family is still got daggers at her. But I mean, you would too, though, if the person that was being accused was going on a dang concert tour. I mean, dang, just shut your mouth and do your court thing, do your innocence. But I will ask this, like his old buddy Proctor, I bet he ain't spending no time in jail. I bet he's not been charged with any dang perjury or anything. I bet he just got fired. What's the difference in old Proctor and Michael? Gee, I wonder what it is. I'll give you 3 chances and all of them are wrong. Yeah. So there. China, did you have a chance to look at what the Anthony thing I was talking to you about was? It's a big deal Holyfield thing right now. It started out as just a little Texas blip, and now it's grown into a massive, probably worldwide affair now. It's huge. It's huge. I tell huge. Wait, how does he say it? Huge. Yeah, it's grown out of proportion. It did not need to be like that. But now it's out of control. So it's sad. It's so sad. So sad. I hate it. Hate it. So yeah, but that's gonna be a big deal. That is a big deal. I mean, it doesn't need to be that the way it is, but it's a big deal. And then there's that Florida State situation. I gotta dig into that. And then there's the situation. I mean, I'll tell you, I'm not defending him in any way, of course, but I mean, my friend is an educator in Dallas. And honestly, I'm not defending him, right, but no, 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 no. They didn't even know each other. Like, they're not from the same school. They're not from anything. They don't know each other. They did not know each other at all. But I will say the schools up there in Dallas are rough. But I don't think they came from rough schools. I'll just tell you this: like, they come from very good schools. Like my friend. No, 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 no. They didn't know each other at all. They were just happened to be at the same track meet. I don't think, and actually, the Anthony kid wasn't even competing. He was there to, I guess, to hang out with another friend. I don't know. From what I understand, the Anthony kid wasn't even there to compete. It was the Metcalf kids were there to compete. Anthony wasn't even supposed to be there at all. So that's my understanding. So he wasn't even supposed to be there. It's just turned into blown up into a whole hot mess. So so it's just ridiculous. But the kids up there are a whole nother level. But my friend is an educator up in Dallas. She and those kids do carry stuff. It's ridiculous. I just think that this has turned into what it shouldn't be. It just shouldn't be what it is right now. It shouldn't be about what they're making it about. I feel, Austin is being forgotten. This kid lost his life, and people are turning this into something that it shouldn't be, and I don't think it should be. I mean, at the end of the day, somebody's dead, and for people to be making it a big to do, that's not what it was about. It was for first of all, it's two young men who were one stepped up to another, and they both made, I don't know what happened. I wasn't there, but basically one made a dumber decision than the other, and that's what happened. And somebody lost their life over it. But it didn't have nothing to do with, who's darker than the other. It literally just somebody lost their life, and nobody's like taking responsibility, and that's really dumb. And I think that's really sad. And I just think it's really sad. So I just think it's really, really sad. So, yeah, no, they didn't even know each other. They, uh, they did, one, they went to completely different schools. So it's just sad how they're turning it into something that it's not. I hate that. So yeah, I think it's really sad, but I guess we'll find out, so I'm waiting to find out what the evidence actually is, but a lot of people are making assumptions, and we know what that does, assumptions. So I'm just waiting to see what the evidence says. I want to see that. I don't want to make assumptions. I just want to make this whole division war stop. I would like that to stop, because I think that is not helpful for people. I think that we should wait until the evidence comes out. But then again, what I hate, China, is that people can't wait for evidence. They just want to, do this whole divisiveness, and nobody. I'm just frustrated by that. That's what I'm frustrated about. I'm frustrated that people just want to draw this line in the sand and like make it about one or the other. That's what's hurtful to me. I feel like at the end of the day, somebody lost their life, and you can't make excuses for that. Like, somebody lost their life. It doesn't matter like what shade or whatever somebody is. It is like somebody lost their life. So if it's self-defense, if it's intentional, if it's accidental, whatever it is, somebody still has to be held accountable. So you can, I mean, to me, that's it. That's what it is. Like, I mean, if it's accidental, it's accidental. If it's self-defense, it's self-defense. If it's premeditated, I mean, then all this has to be dealt with in court. That's not up for the public to decide. That's one thing I hate about social media, is that, everybody's out there putting in their own 2 cents, but we still don't have like the actual evidence. So I really just want to talk about how social media is tainting everybody's brains and not giving people the full truth. And what everybody's out there doing is they're out there like copy pasting and cap cutting things together. I think that's terrible what people are doing. So I think that's sad. I hate that. And I think it's disrespectful. I think it's really, really disrespectful to the family. So, and I think what's even more sad is that, or sadder, is that the Metcalf family like stood up and was like, I forgive this young man. Like, I forgive him because he's a young kid too, like he made a mistake, and it's sad. I mean, it's stupid. He made a mistake, but he took a life, and this kid has to live with that for the rest of his life. But that the Anthony family is not willing to accept that forgiveness. Like, they're not reaching their hand out and like, thank you. Like, we want to accept your forgiveness and move on and try to find a way through God, Instead, they're doing the complete opposite. I just think it's sad. But maybe God will show them the way. I know it stinks, China. It just stinks. I feel like we're stepping back. Like, I don't want to step back. I feel like we're just stepping back. It just stinks. I know it's always been like tense, but I feel like there's a way, or should be a way. I don't know. But it's gotten worse. I feel like I don't remember things like this when we were, or maybe it was just not out in the open or something. I don't know. Maybe I don't see it like, maybe it just wasn't out there. Maybe I was just dumb. I don't know. But I just don't feel like it was like this when I was younger. I don't know. I mean, obviously I was picked on and stuff when I was a kid, but to me now it's just like much more hateful. Much more hateful and intentional. Like, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. I mean, I'm sure you get what I'm saying, but it's just very, very, very intentional and very, 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 very very hate driven. I mean, when I was a kid, it was just kids being kids, but now it's adults, like adults doing it with straight up just mean. Maybe I just wasn't exposed to it like I am now. I don't know. It's just sad to me. Sad to see. I don't know. I wish it wasn't like that. I don't know if we'll ever see it change, like in our lifetime. With so many organizations now. Like, I don't remember there being these kind of organizations. Yeah, I don't know how to change, like, I don't know how to fix it, you know? Like, I think it'll be like years and years and years if it can ever be changed or fixed. I feel like, but I don't know if he'll ever understand, you know what I'm saying? China, like, I don't think he'll ever get it because of all of this hoopla around this. I think he's just going to think that he's never going to need to be held accountable. I think he's just going to think, oh, well, since all this is happening and people are, you know, basically defending me, you know, yeah, I mean, I mean, unfortunately, I think Trump, like I mean, I hate it. Like, I was hoping for things to be different. I was hoping for different things. I don't know what I was hoping for. I was hoping for different. I don't know what I was hoping for with him. I think policies more so than anything. I just wanted policies to be different. But now I'm seeing that it's just super, super, super like there's like a one side or the other kind of thing. Yeah, now it is definitely out of control. I think I saw it more because I didn't fit on either side because I was from Alabama. So, like, I definitely didn't fit on either side. Like, it was super weird. I was just in the middle. I wasn't anywhere. I didn't fit anywhere. I tried to belong, but I didn't belong anywhere because I wasn't black, I wasn't white, and I was only like, I mean, I didn't fit anywhere. So that's weird. I don't know. I didn't fit anywhere. It's super weird. And there were no Asians, so I didn't know what to be. So it was really weird for me. But I think I was more accepted by black people, but I wasn't allowed to be because I was, you know, in a white family. So I don't know how to explain it, but it was weird. It was definitely weird. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Isn't that odd? Like, it's 2025 and like you can't even, like, anybody on anybody. Nobody will help you, nobody will nothing. Like, you could be like having a heart attack somewhere and people be like, "Oh, well." Yeah. It don't matter what you are. People are like, well, yeah. Yeah, I remember, I mean, I guess it was there when I mean, being from the South, yeah, it was definitely there. I just think it was Yeah, I mean, he's 17, so yeah, you're right. He definitely does not think. I mean, he definitely feels entitled. Like uh he was right for what he did because of the color of his skin. He is being definitely pumped up like, oh well, I was supposed to do that because that kid was white and I'm black. That's basically, and there's no other reason, just that they're pumping him up just for that fact, nothing else, and that's sad. That's super sad that we're not even in a time where he needs to feel like. But what's weird though is I'm hoping he doesn't feel that way because like when he was walking out of the courtroom, when he was released, um, he did look like he had deer in the headlights look. Like he was just kind of like he did look scared. So I'm kind of hoping he has a little bit of, but he's 17, China. So he's very influenced right now. He's easily influenced. So I don't know. According to the report, he apparently, and again, I don't know for certain, but according to the report, the Austin went up to him and was like, "Hey, you have to leave our canopy, our tent, or whatever, because you aren't a student or what have you at our school." I don't really know. And Anthony was like, "Make me move." And Austin was like, "You have to move." I don't know. I don't know if hands were thrown, if it got physical, but apparently it must have gotten physical at some point. And Anthony said to him, he reached into his backpack and was like, "Put your hands on me and see what happens." Two teenagers, right? And Austin was like, "Okay, like that's a threat to me, so I'll do it." And he did. And Anthony pulled the knife out because I mean, I don't think Austin believed he actually had a weapon. And he pulled the knife out and stabbed him because he was like, "See what happens." And Austin did. He was like, "Okay, see what happens." And he stabbed him and ran. So that's what happened. Basically, these two kids, I mean, it got physical. I don't know. I don't know. That's just so far. Uh, yeah, his dad is like a finance guy or something at a dealership. I don't know. Um, yeah, I think no, his dad I think has money. Well, his dad is on disability. The Austin's dad is. He's on disability for something. I don't know. But anyway, they got into it. I don't know. They're saying that Austin asked him to leave from the tent because he wasn't supposed to be there. He wasn't even supposed to be at the meet. I don't know. Whatever. But I don't know. I don't know the whole story. Nobody knows the whole story. They're all just making up their own story. So, I mean, obviously it was two 17-year-olds that were basically trying to buck up on each other and the Austin lost because Anthony had a weapon. And the way he hit him was just directly in the heart. One stab. So it just unfortunate. It was a very unfortunate, sad thing. Yeah, I mean, it just and up in that, I mean, in those in the Dallas ISD district, I mean, again, I said the same thing because people are like, "Why did he have a knife?" Blah blah blah, and I said, I mean, like my friend is a administrator up there. A lot of those kids in the urban school districts, I mean, they will carry weapons, and they have metal detectors at schools, yes, but before you know it, kids will have weapons. She breaks up fights all the time. So like I said, I was saying I don't not defending him or anything, but they do, uh it just it can happen. So, and also he may have had it because he was at another school's track meet. I'm not, again, not saying he obviously he shouldn't have had it, but he did go to another school's track meet. So maybe he had it because he didn't know what to expect there. Maybe he had it. I mean, I don't know. I'm not, again, not defending it, but he could have brought it just in case. I don't know. But, and I don't know what school he particularly went to that track meet. I can't remember, but they may have not had metal detectors there. I know the school that my friend is an administrator at, they search people's bags and you have to have a clear bag. You can't even take in, like if you can't take babies and stuff, they even have to have a clear bag. They even search the strollers and all that stuff because they do have fights all the time and they have stuff happen all the time. I mean, she is an administrator at a school that has 3,000 kids. So they're very, like, they have fights break out every single day, multiple fights. So, yeah, the arrest report said that that's what he said. He said that Austin went up to him, asked him to move. Anthony said, no, make me. And that, I mean, Anthony said, make me. And Anthony put his hand in his backpack and said, don't put your hands on me, or something to that effect, and touch me and see what happens. And Austin put his hands on him, and Anthony pulled out the knife and stabbed him in the chest, and ran. And then the on-site officer caught him on the fence line, and Anthony said that he wasn't alleged. He did it. He did ask if Austin was okay. He said that it was self-defense. But the witnesses said that they didn't think, obviously Austin didn't think he had anything in his backpack. And Anthony's later claiming that Austin was trying to fight him over a cell phone or something, which isn't true. It's snowballed into a bunch of other stuff. People online are saying a bunch of other stuff. It's turning into a whole other crap show. So, but yeah, I want to look at some more detail with you and talk about it a little more. I love looking at the ceiling fan. That we always look at the ceiling fan for the Karen Reed stuff. Did you see the press conference they did, though? The Anthony family? They should not have done. And their little speaker man, their urban generation, next generation, next generation, something foundation. Anyway, he is blaming the school for not canceling the track meet, because then this would have not happened. He's also blaming the school, saying that the school should not expel Anthony for this incident, that he should be able to graduate, that just because of this, he shouldn't be not allowed to graduate. It's just, I don't know. This guy.
Stand.
Yeah, he don't have to walk. I mean, it doesn't make sense. But I mean, blaming it on the school, that's kind of dumb. Yeah, that guy has like felonies, and he said they're talking about he's a registered Democrat. That's awesome, but you can't vote. Yeah, his record. He's got a bad record. Oh, not just arrested for beating his wife, but did you see the part where he was babysitting his girlfriend's 2-year-old or something, and the 2-year-old supposedly fell off the sofa, but when they did the check on the child, it had like brain damage and all kinds of stuff. No, that child didn't fall off the sofa. It was pretty bad. The Next Generation something foundation or something, the Next Generation Action. The Next Generation Action. Yeah, girl. He said he got up to go to the bathroom or something and came back and the child was on the floor. And then when they got the baby to the hospital, that baby had like been beaten. Yeah. And somehow he's a minister who is over this Next Generation Action Network. Next Generation Action Network. NGAN. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's who you're gonna listen to and have speak for you. Yeah, they may as well go to lunch. They're gonna come back and be like, and we're going to lunch. Which fine by me, I'm hungry. I'm sitting here trying to think of what I want for lunch. It's only 9:30 here. What am I talking about? Lunch. This Arizona time got me all messed up. I could just about go back to bed. Yep, we're on the verdict watch for Lori Daybell. Oh my gosh, and that jury in the Daybell, all dudes. Oh, and we were yeah, they when we were downtown Phoenix yesterday, so I've never been to downtown Phoenix. There was nobody down there. Nobody. It was like a ghost town. I'm like, how does so much crime happen in Phoenix? There's nobody here. Oh my gosh, I'm so tired of her. That's why I really didn't follow this one but it was cool to go and experience the the courtroom, and it was cool to see like the jurors and get to see their faces and like how they reacted and that kind of stuff, and like to actually see like one of the jurors was literally sitting there picking his fingers and looking down and literally had his elbows on his knees and his head in his hands and just literally looking down like the whole almost half the time that the prosecutor was talking. Literally just was like, I could take a nap. And another juror was playing with his hair and didn't really care. And the juror, one of the jurors that got dismissed, like he was upset that he didn't get chosen. He was upset that he was dismissed because when they called his number, he was like, man. So he was disappointed. And then yeah, right. Like he did not want to be on that jury. A couple of them just were like, oh, this stinks. And there's another guy that was on the jury that I'm pretty sure when they start deliberating, he is going to be like, we are done. Like we got to go. This chick is guilty. Let's go. And the family, like to see the family's reactions was really interesting because when she was up there giving her really crappy closing statement, their faces were like like they could have gotten up out of their seats and just choked her. Like, I mean, if they had to go through another trial with her, or another second just looking at her in the same room, breathing the same air as her, I'm pretty sure they could just kill her. Like if they, I mean, there's one family member, I don't know who he is. I want to say that he might even be Charles's son or nephew or something. Y'all, I'm telling you, like he was pissed. I mean, every time she referred to him as her husband or referred to Tylee and JJ, he would just like be shaking his head, like just, I mean, want to come up out of his seat. And then Kay was just, I mean, it was hard to watch them. And every time they put the picture of Charles, because it was like that was the prosecution's strategy, was to put pictures of Charles's dead body basically on the screen. And I can just tell you, like the jury didn't, their reaction, there was no real reaction out of the jury looking at Charles on the screen with his wounds, which by the way, there was no blood. I don't know how there was no blood of him being shot twice. Like there was no blood anywhere on the scene. None. So I'm guessing that obviously, and I don't know what they did, like what Alex and Lori did with how they cleaned up the scene. They had to have cleaned up the scene because there was no blood on the scene anywhere. I don't know how there was no blood. Like even on Charles's shirt, like anything, there's no blood. It's so weird. How did you shoot someone and there's like nothing? But I don't know where they put, if they cleaned it up, like where did you put the stuff that you cleaned it up with? So they were showing him his body and stuff. She showed it over and over and over again. So the family couldn't even look at the pictures. I mean, just think how many times they've seen these pictures, or like pictures of the kids and all this stuff. So it's sad that the family has had to go through these trials and all of this stuff so many times. And they've had to travel from, Louisiana and wherever else the rest of the families lived. So it was really sad. And of course, I'm like trying to see around this woman in front of me. By the way, she was very large person and her hair was up behind her head. And I could not see around her. So I'm all like this, and doing this, trying to see around this woman and trying to see all the jurors. And yeah, so that was me the entire time, trying to see her around the family, the jurors. Yeah, so it was pretty embarrassing, but and then of course I'm making faces the whole time too, because I'm just like, yeah. So I could never be a juror, obviously, because I would be doing this the whole time if I can't see. And then I would be making fun. My face would tell everything. It would be bad. So I'd probably get kicked off the jury right away. They'd be like, can you be impartial? And I'll be like, no, I can't. My face would tell everything. So I'd be kicked off a jury real quick. I wouldn't be able to sit there and be stone-faced. I'd be like, what? Oh my God. Oh, gee. Just wouldn't be good. They'd show something. I'd be like, holy crap. I'd say something. My jaw would be in the floor the whole time. Yeah, wouldn't be good. And there was like a couple of times I saw a juror where they would do a little nod or be like, mm-hmm. Like, that'd be me. I'm like, oh yeah, she did it. Uh-huh. That'd be me. And I've never been called for jury duty. Yes, she is. She watches all that stuff on YouTube. So she was excited. So like when I was like, hey, do you want to go to the Lori Daybell today's closing arguments? She was like, what? I was like, yeah, it's here in Phoenix. She's like, heck yeah. She like, she's like, let's go. So she jumped up. So we both got ready and we looked it up. She was all like freaking out we weren't going to make it to the right courthouse because apparently Maricopa has like, you can go to Maricopa Superior Court, Maricopa County Court, Maricopa, like there's so many different courthouses down there. And this courthouse was gigantor. And so there's one on 301 Jefferson, there's one on 201 Jefferson. So no, she doesn't have a channel. She watches my channel and she's like she watches all the YouTube. So no, I think she has done a YouTube, but she's done a YouTube video on like making jelly and stuff like that, but she doesn't have a crime channel. But yeah, but she loves crime stuff. So yeah, but she was excited. She's never been to that. So she was like super excited. And then we got there so late. There was like a line to get in. And we were like, I think we got cut off to get in like 6 people ahead of us. And so we didn't make it in. So she was like, dang it. And then the cop said, everybody has to come back out during the break and no one's guaranteed to get back in. So the line starts over again. So we went downstairs to the cafe and ate something for breakfast or lunch or whatever. And he said, you have to come back at 11:30 and start the line over again. So we were the first ones in line when we came back. And so we were able to get in. Well, Lori like dilly-dallied around the first part. So they didn't even get to do closing arguments. They were only able to do the jury instructions. So by the time we got back, we were able to get in the first round. Well, we would have been the first ones in, but this cop put the wrong line in ahead of us. But we were able to get in anyway and able to hear the closing arguments. And so it's pretty cool. So she was excited. And then, okay, I'm writing notes, okay, about all the jurors. I'm writing notes about all the jurors. I'm taking notes. Okay, now all these media people are behind us. We're in front of the media people, and they're all like tat, 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 on their computers, okay? And they're just taking notes, and it's very distracting, okay? So I'm trying to listen to the closing arguments. Media's behind us, taking notes, tat, 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 tat. And I'm writing notes because I didn't take my computer. I'm just handwriting. And I'm writing notes about the juror not listening, putting his head down. I'm writing notes about the family. And my sister grabs my notes and she's like, going to write a note. And I'm thinking it's going to be this really important note, right? That it was something I've missed. And she writes this note about one of the jurors. And she writes a note that says, juror has cleft lip. And she hands me the note back. And I'm like, what the freak? And I'm like, I thought this was going to be a really important note, but no, she's dying laughing next to me. She's trying not to like explode in a laugh. And I'm like, what the hell? We're in court. And she puts my jacket over her mouth and bends down and she's dying next to me. Like, I mean, wet your pants dying laughing. And we're in the middle of court and they're doing closing arguments for God's sake. And she's like, I'm like, what? Oh my gosh, this is the important note. What? I'm sitting here like actually trying to write down behaviors and stuff, and she writes down cleft lip. What the freak? Y'all, why? Why? I swear. I swear. The stuff that happened. These are the things that happen in real life court. Just this is the stuff. So if you ever go to court and you want to write really good notes, then you write down really good notes, okay? You never know.
I called the jury in Alabama.
Oh, so just also so y'all know, this is other things that happen in real life, okay? So we're from a small town in Alabama. So my sister gets called to jury duty. Like I said, I've never been called to jury duty. So my sister's been called to jury duty, and she gets called in our small town back home in Anniston, Alabama. And she actually got called for the second day. Okay. They're like, okay, go home. You guys are coming back. She gets called back for the second day. And the judge comes out and he says, okay, y'all have a seat. The clerk is going to sing y'all 2 songs. She's like, what? So the clerk sings 2 songs. Literally, she comes out and sings to them. That happens in real life. So, yeah. So she sang 2 songs. It wasn't like she was an old lady either. She was a decent age lady, and she sang them 2 songs. And then my sister did not get called back again. So they just wanted her to hear 2 songs. But she did get paid for the 2 days she was there. So yeah. So if you want to go to Anderson, Alabama and move there and get called to jury duty, possibly you could get sang to. So you just never know what'll happen in jury duty. You could get sang to, you could get called to an insurance fraud case, or you could get called to a capital murder case. You just never know. So it's weird. That's true life. Or you could go to a trial and have your sister write in your notes while you're trying to be serious and write really good notes about a trial. She could write on your notes that one of the jurors has a cleft lip, because that is important and could affect their thought process on the outcome of the trial. And actually, the person with the cleft lip did stay on the jury, was not taken out as an alternate. So there you go. We will see what the outcome and the verdict is in the Lori Daybell trial here in Phoenix, Arizona, as we are still waiting for Karen Reed to come back. As you know, anything can happen on the alternate point of view. So please join the lives and the channel, become a member. There are 3 membership levels now. Yes, there are. The highest level membership now, you can get one-on-ones. It is the Constantine membership. And if any one of you know me, oh, her jelly's so good, China. If any one of you know me, you know how much I love Keanu Reeves. So the Constantine level is the ultimate level, and that gets you one-on-one chats. It also gets you social media access. It gets you discounted merch. It gets you early access videos. It gets you, oh man, apple butter. That is one of my favorites. It gets you, just check out the membership levels. It gets you the ultimate package. So check out the Constantine level. So again, if you know how much I love Keanu Reeves, it is the best level package membership level. So don't forget to join. There's also 2 other levels. So any membership is awesome, and it is great help to the channel. And there's also thanks options. So you can always give a thanks. You can check that out. That's appreciated. Anything is appreciated, actually, because I can do more research. for videos. I would greatly appreciate any recommendation for videos. That would be amazing. It has been a while since I've been able to do any real research on videos, but hopefully now I will be able to do more because thanks to my sister's master plan and having my mom fall, I have been able to possibly be able to do more videos and live streams now, since this is what I will be doing full time is YouTube. And I will be able to be here for you guys and devote more time to YouTube. And I'm grateful and excited to actually do more YouTube videos and be here for the alternate point of view and for subscribers. And this is pretty cool. As I hope all of you know, if you've been watching my other videos, you know I'm here in Arizona. And I'm here to obviously be here with my sister. My mom took a fall. And yes, according to my mother, my sister made that happen. Yes, my mom fell. She broke her arm in a really weird place, you guys. She broke it up here in her shoulder, close to her shoulder area. It can't be operated on and it can't be cast. So my mom is now in rehab and she'll be there for a while, anywhere from 7 to 30 days. We don't know yet. And then we're looking for her a place to possibly go for long term. And yeah, so that's what's happening. And then I will be doing YouTube more permanently, full time, which I was going to do YouTube permanently anyway. Haha, that's crazy. And then now I'll be doing YouTube probably full time, which is great. I'm excited. And I hope you guys are excited too. And we can do these videos together and make it more fun and make it exciting. And I can take some advice from China. She has great intros and she does a good job. I love China. She's been with me from jump. And she has her own channel, The Sixth Commandment. If you have not checked her out, please do. She does a really good job. She does an amazing job with intros and research, which is amazing. So I really need to partner with her. And then China and I have done videos together. So please check out The Sixth Commandment. She does really well, and I like her, and we partner well together. Yeah. And she's always very supportive and does a great job, like I said. So check her channel out. And then I have my sister here who is trying to figure out how to become a member because I don't know why it's not working on her channel, on her YouTube. But she's going to be a Constantine member as soon as she figures out how to do that. She's in there laughing right now. And then I have Gwen, who is a member and has been a member from the beginning. She also has a channel, which is Read the Bible in a Year. And she does these amazing music videos on her channel where she takes verses from the Bible and turns them into music videos, which is amazing because that actually grasps my attention. That helps me get Bible verses in, which I really love. And she puts them on TikTok as well. So I really like that. So check out Gwen's channel as well, which is Reading the Bible in a Year with Gwen. So I really like that. And I also have another friend. Like I have so many people on here that have created their own YouTube channels, which is awesome. China had hers before she joined me, and Gwen created hers. And then I have another friend on here, Zane, which has her Trial Junkies United channel. She finally got that up and starting. She does lives every Sunday night and Thursday night, which is pretty awesome because she's a night owl. I'm nor a morning person or a night person, so I don't know where I fit in this, but I've become a morning person because we got to do these lives, y'all. And court is in the morning. So we're going to be doing lives. We got shorts. We got vidges. We got everything going on the alternate point of view. So, and we have the ceiling fan that we are enjoying looking at. And we still have the Lori Vallow Daybell. I hate putting in Vallow, man. I'm so used to saying that, but we have Lori Daybell. I don't want to put Vallow because She shouldn't be holding that name. We also have, I'm trying to think of some more stuff. Oh my God, y'all, there's a plane on fire. Holy moly. Y'all, there's a plane on fire. What is going on? I'm telling you, there's a plane on fire in Orlando Airport. Okay, is it just me, or is there a lot of plane stuff happening? Or is it just being focused on more? But there is a plane on fire. It's a Delta plane in Orlando. Why is there a plane on fire? Oh my gosh. What is going on? Is it because of the tariffs? Okay, so there's a plane on fire in Orlando. Let me see what's going on. This plane, this is freaking me out. Fire burns from plane engine. Okay, so just so y'all know, my sister works for Honeywell. She actually inspects parts. Okay, she is the last person to look at parts. She tests the pieces for the planes before they make it to the plane as they're putting the planes together. So when things like this happen, she could possibly, these parts, if it is a part that sets on fire or something like that, it could possibly, maybe, very, very possibly, very, very maybe, I mean, like 1 in a million chance could have her name on it. So so I mean, like 1 in a million chance, but oh, but the cool thing about my sister with this job is she has access. Oh crap, never mind. But she has a cool job. But this plane is on fire in Orlando. What the heck? The engine is on fire. She doesn't do that part. This guy's name is Matthew Wiz Buckley. Oh, that's his airline name, his air pilot name. Why are we on this break for eternity? Oh, wait, you know what? Oh my God, y'all, it's my fault. I'm a retard. Y'all, if I had a brain.
Stand in and face the clerk.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now and hearing should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Sir.
Thank you.
Jeez. China, if I had a brain, I'd rule the world.
Sir, could you pull the microphone down a little bit closer to you, please?
Yes, sir. Or yes, ma'am. Excuse me.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
So my name is Timothy Nuttall. I'm 28 years old.
Jeez.
I've been a firefighter paramedic for ever since I graduated high school.
Which was last week.
I graduated in 2015. I took my EMT class and got my certification while I was actually still in high school.
Last week.
From there, I moved on to the BLS transfer side of EMS. There's 911 EMS, and then there's transfer, which is basically back and forth from hospital to hospital. I was brand new and very young, so I started on the transfer side, kind of learning the job. I started primarily in the city of Chelsea, Everett, Malden, Somerville, up there. And then after
Why
a
didn't
little while,
anybody
I got
tell
my
me
feet
this
wet
started-
in the 911 side. So I was running BLS
Yeah.
911 in those cities as well. And then I progressed on to become a paramedic. So
Why do you have such an interest in being a first responder at a young age?
I kind of grew up in a first responder household. My father was a firefighter in a local town. So we spent kind of a significant amount of time at the station when he was on shift. It's just kind of how I grew up, kind of learning the ins and outs of public safety. That's just kind of how I came to be interested in the profession, and then I took it from there. So
I want to take us back just a little bit. When you first became interested in training to be a first responder, did you share with us your first training was as an EMT?
yes, sir.
Can you share a little bit with the jury what that entails?
So to become an EMT, like there are two sides of EMS, and then there are two sides of providers. There's EMT basic, and then there's paramedic. To answer your question, sir, to start as an EMT, it's about a 4-month process. You take classes. I believe mine was Tuesday, Thursday, every other Saturday.
Saturday.
Learning just anatomy and physiology, basic pharmacology, and kind of how medications interact with the body and different disease processes. From there, you start learning basic interventions, backboarding, C-collars.
As part of your work in learning to be an EMT, are you active in the field?
The initial training that's mostly classroom based, but once you sit your national written test and you're able to pass all that and pass practical, then you're able to progress into the field.
And did you succeed through the EMT training?
Yes, sir.
At that point, did you decide you wanted more training? You want to proceed through the profession?
Yes, sir. So after a little while, I worked for about 1.5 years in the field and decided that I genuinely enjoyed the work that I was doing. I then made the decision to progress to the paramedic level. That's a significantly more challenging academic portion. And
Can you briefly share with us a little bit of the training that you needed to complete to be a paramedic?
yes,
And how
paramedic training is about, I would say, generally takes people about 2 years to complete. There's about 1 year of classroom. It delves far deeper into not only diseases, but how they interact with multiple body systems, multiple different treatment modalities that we can pursue, multiple different interventions, a whole host of medications, far more medications than a BLS. As a paramedic, I have a much wider range of drugs that I would be able to select to treat different patients.
As you worked through your training and got this experience, did you ultimately become employed by the Canton Fire Department?
Yes, sir.
What did they hire you as?
They hired me as a firefighter paramedic.
And so you were both a firefighter and a paramedic.
Yes, sir.
Does the Canton Police Department, in their units, do they include paramedics and firefighters in the same division?
The Canton Police Department or the Canton
I'm
Fire?
sorry, the Canton Fire Department.
Canton Fire Department, the vast majority of the employees of the Canton Fire Department are paramedics. I believe there are I want to say 5 EMTs, but now as a requirement to remain employed by the Canton Fire Department, you have to become and maintain a paramedic certification.
So when you would go to work as a firefighter or paramedic, was it always the same, or did you get assigned as a firefighter one night and a paramedic a different night?
So we would cross-man trucks. We were always fire suppression personnel, but we were also cross-trained as paramedics. So for example, if a fire call were to come in the town of Canton and I was assigned to ambulance 1 for the day, I would take all my equipment off ambulance 1 and I would transfer it to ladder 1. And then we would take ladder 1 to the fire call and operate as fire suppression personnel. If a medical call were to come in, I'm assigned again to ambulance 1. Then we take on the role as EMS. I take my paramedic skills and put them to work in the town on ambulance 1.
Let me ask you one more background question about how the Canton Fire Department works. When there's a call, an emergency call, is an ambulance sent with other vehicles or alone to the call?
Yes, sir. It's typically an engine, the engine of that district and the ambulance of that district. Depending on call volume, that can change. But if all is not to use the word quiet, it's kind of a taboo word, but if all is everybody's in quarters and there's a dispatch in District 1, it'll be Canton Engine 3 and Canton Ambulance 1, and they go as a unit together.
I was wondering that.
Mr. Nuttall, I
kinda-
want you to take us back, if you would, to the early morning hours of January 22nd, 2022. I want you to bring us a little bit before 6 a.m. Do you remember what you were doing?
Yes, sir. So that particular morning, I arrived at work earlier than I normally do. There was inclement weather that morning. So I left earlier than normal just to get in before the roadways got particularly difficult to travel and to relieve anybody that may need to get out if they needed to get home before the roads got particularly bad. I arrived just before 6 a.m. I was walking in. I was assigned to Ambulance 1 for that oncoming 24. I was scheduled to be there at 8 a.m.
Could you share with us a little bit about how the weather was as you arrived around 6 a.m.?
It wasn't great. I was driving. It's about a 35-minute ride for me to get to Canton. The roads were starting to get. They weren't great. They had been treated, but they weren't pristine. The wind was starting to pick up. The snow was starting to come down a little heavier, which is the reason that I left at the time I did.
And so I may have misspoke. January 29th, 2022, that morning, around 6:04, did you hear a tone or did you hear an alarm?
So the tones went off right as I entered the building.
Tell us what a tone is.
So the tone is the emergency alert tone. In the town of Canton, we have 3. We have one for fire, we have one for investigation, and we have one for EMS. The EMS tones went off and the lights came on. Whenever there's the tones go off, the lights come on as well. I was just walking into the building when the tones went off and the lights came on.
And is there information that accompanies the tone, information about the call that needs response?
Yes. So after the tones had cleared, there's an overhead dispatch, which is our dispatch center, communicates to us before we get in the trucks and on the air responding. Basic nature of the call. In that particular instance, we were dispatched to an unresponsive male in a snowbank with no real further information to follow up on.
So what do you do?
So as I said, I arrived pretty early that morning. But hearing that dispatch and that nature of the call, those typically tend to be more involved, both personnel-wise and work-wise. The crew that was working that morning was getting on the truck, and it was firefighter paramedic Anthony Flamati and firefighter EMT Matt Kelly. Matt Kelly has since become a paramedic, but at the time he was an EMT. So off the bat, that crew, not to say that they were at a disadvantage, but paramedic Flamati was the only paramedic on that
So
ambulance.
what did you do?
So I made the decision. I checked with the shift commander, and I jumped on ambulance 1 to just give a second set of hands as being a paramedic myself, just being able to hopefully help if there was any advanced interventions that needed to be done or needed to be performed.
What
And
happened?
just a second set of hands.
What happens next?
So I got in the back of the truck. I was actually still in civilian clothing at the time because I had just walked in the door. So I got in the back of ambulance 1 in the patient compartment. The other 2 gentlemen were up front driving to the scene. I actually had to don my turnout gear because, again, I was in civilian clothing. I wasn't quite ready to go. So I had to put all my structural turnout gear on and then my Canton Fire jacket. Once I was sufficiently dressed for the call, I started prepping all the gear that we might need for a call such as that, for an unresponsive male in the snow. In this case, it was our first in bag, our airway bag, and our cardiac monitor. Everything was all together. They're all in 3 separate bags. But on the way there, I just got in. I didn't know how their night had gone. So I just took a real quick look at everything just to make sure everything was there and everything was exactly how it needed to be. So I was able to just grab all 3 bags, put them on my person, and get ready to, so as soon as the ambulance was on scene, just step off and go to work.
Not knowing much information about what you're going to confront, what goes through your mind as you prepare before you get off the ambulance?
Just basic scenarios. I mean, again, unresponsive male in the snow could mean several things. Not having much to go off on the dispatch was, it left much to be desired in terms of what we might need. So in gathering all the equipment together, it can kind of cover all the major bases, if you will, in terms of what we were expecting to meet once we got on scene.
How was your focus before you get off the ambulance?
I was ready to go. A dispatch like that, any unresponsive male in the snow, it can kind of up the level, because you just don't know what you're walking into. You know, it could be anything.
In the back of the ambulance, you can't see outside. Could you tell anything about the weather conditions based on the way the ambulance was moving?
Again, being in the back, as you noted, it just seemed to be taking a little bit longer than normal. I really had no visibility at all. Like I said, I was in the patient compartment. It's very limited visibility in the back, and it's limited visibility. There's like a peephole that's maybe 1.5 feet by 1.5 feet to kind of peek up front. But again, I was so busy getting everything together, I really didn't notice, but I did note it took a little bit longer. We were going not slow, but we were going cautiously.
When the ambulance finally stopped and the doors opened, tell the jury what you see.
So as I mentioned, I had the 2 bags and the cardiac monitor. So 3 pieces of equipment with me. And I stepped out of the back of the side of the truck. There's a back compartment, or a back door and a side door. I stepped out of the side door. And I immediately noted the wind had picked up and the snow seemed to be heavier. And I could hear like a distant screaming off in the distance. Wasn't exactly sure where it was coming from.
What was the visibility like?
It wasn't great. It was still dark out. The sun had not come up yet. The snow was coming down, as I said, heavily. And it wasn't great all around.
Was it cold?
It was cold. Yes, sir.
And so when you hear the screams, what do you do next?
I started making my way kind of towards the sound, following sounds. I couldn't see anybody yet. So I just kind of followed the sounds. And then once I was able to get around the side of the truck, that's when I was able to see a group of 3 individuals with Canton Police. And I started making my way over to them to see where the patient might be located and what was going on.
As you get closer, tell us what you see.
So as we approached the scene, as I said, there were 3 individuals, and Canton Police were on scene as well. And then there was what appeared to be a human figure laying supine in the snow. I'd say about 6 to 8 feet, kind of where the sidewalk met the front lawn of a residence.
What does supine mean?
So that he was laying on his back. From there, I made my way directly over to that individual and started checking for signs of life.
How do you check? Do you get close? Do you get down on the ground?
Yep. So I knelt right at his head. Typically, to check for any signs of life, it's just as you see in TV or anything like that. You check the carotid pulse, and you check for any signs of breathing or anything like that.
Where's the carotid pulse?
So the carotid pulse would be right in the neck. Like and just real quick, 2 seconds, you can check either side. They're on both sides. Those are the strongest pulses that you can grab quickly. So I just real quick went right to that gentleman. Like I said, I looked for any signs of breathing. I found none. I checked a carotid pulse, and I found none.
How was his skin to the touch?
He was very cold to the touch.
He wasn't warm?
No.
So after you touched his cold skin and you felt the carotid artery? Is that how you
Yes, sir. Carotid artery.
Did you come to any initial quick assessments or conclusions in your mind?
So I found, like I said, I checked for signs of life, the carotid, the signs of breathing. I found none. From there, we had ascertained that there is no signs of life. As I was checking that, the other 2 individuals on the ambulance came and met me, and they began doing the same thing just to check. I mean, sometimes you can look and you can miss. So the other paramedic, Anthony Flamati, started checking my work, and then we kind of went from there. But I found no signs of life in my initial.
So firefighter paramedic Flamati arrived to this person after you did.
Yes, sir.
Can
I
you-
was the first one to actually put hands on the individual and check for signs of life.
Did you later learn the name of this man?
I did.
And what was that?
John O'Keefe.
After you found no signs of life for John O'Keefe, did you get up and go to speak to anybody?
I did. So as being a second set of hands on the call, it's really not my call, like in terms of treatment modalities and how we want to progress. So after I found no signs of life, I kind of got up to kind of look around real quick. I went over to the individuals, the three individuals that were there, and just said, "Hey, I just have found no signs of life. We're gonna see the next steps." And as I was saying that was when Anthony Flamati, who is the lead paramedic on this, made the decision. This is a workable cardiac arrest.
Let me ask you two questions. The first is, as a paramedic firefighter, are there times when you're the lead paramedic on a call?
Yes, sir.
And so it changes call by call, but this one was firefighter or paramedic Flamati's lead.
Correct. He was the lead paramedic on this call.
There are other times when you're the lead and firefighter or paramedic Flamati is on your crew and you lead?
Yes, sir. So we typically switch off. We'll do one, and then once my rotation is complete, we'll do the next one. So it's patient for patient, typically.
When firefighter paramedic Flamati called you back and said it was a workable situation, can you explain to the jury what that means?
Yes. So in medicine, there is a term that is, you're not dead until you're warm and dead. Meaning your core temperature, your core body temperature has to be within normal limits for it to be considered a futile attempt at resuscitation. Noting that, Tony, the other paramedic, Tony Flamati, realized that this gentleman was very cold to the touch and that this was now a hypothermic cardiac arrest, or a cardiac arrest in a hypothermic setting, which means as providers, we have a duty to initiate life-saving measures, CPR, ventilation, and continue those efforts until we get him to a hospital and a physician is able to take over and they are able to monitor his core body temperature for a certain amount of time.
I want to ask you about a term you used. You said a hypothermic situation. As a firefighter paramedic treating a patient at the scene, you're not diagnosing hypothermia, are you?
No, sir.
So you're not making a medical diagnosis. You're just saying it's a hypothermic situation because of why?
Just because of the conditions. He was extremely cold to the touch, and he was in the elements. We didn't know how long. So taking the fact that he is extremely cold to the touch and he had been outside for an unknown amount of time, that quantifies it to us as a hypothermic arrest or a cardiac arrest in a hypothermic setting.
Is there anything about Mr. O'Keefe's fingers or hands or his face that gave you any indication if he had been there just recently or had been there for a while?
His fingers were quite cold. They were not well perfused at all. They were very.
Mean? I don't know. What does not perfused mean?
Sorry, there did not appear to have been any blood flow at all. Just because he was, again, presumably being outside, his fingers were very, very white. They were very stiff, which can be signs of hypothermia and frostbite. And again, touching the neck. So typically when you get cold, you kind of work back from your extremities in. So again, I noted his fingers were quite cold, but also when I checked his carotid, his neck felt quite cold as well. That just kind of tipped us back further down the road of a hypothermic cardiac arrest.
I see. When firefighter Flamati called you back,
yep,
where did you go exactly?
So when I was told that this is what we're doing, I turned around and I went right back to where I previously knelt, which was right at Mr. O'Keefe's head. And then I took over the ventilation aspect of a cardiac arrest. So I was in charge of the airway. So I began giving him positive pressure ventilations with a bag valve mask, which is just a glorified balloon that you can push oxygen through and down into your respiratory tract to get oxygen moving. While I was doing that, I believe firefighter EMT Kelly had begun CPR.
So is this fair to say it's a team effort,
Yes, sir.
a coordinated effort?
Very much so.
And depending on where you're placed, whether in the back of the ambulance or driving or leading, does everybody have an important role to play?
Yes. Yeah, we work in conjunction with each other. Typically, the most well-defined roles in a cardiac arrest in EMS is your airway monitor, which was myself in this situation, and then your cardiac and medication administration, which is, that would be Anthony Flamati, that would be Tony. Just because of my position at the head, I just took over the ventilation aspect, and that was where I remained throughout the call.
You said you went back to try to help Mr. O'Keefe, and you were giving, helping at the airway. Do you have to actually get on the ground to do that?
Yes, sir. I was kneeling at his head.
While you were kneeling at his head, well, let me ask you more of a background question. Is it helpful to get information about the history of the person when you're trying to treat them, when you happen upon a scene and you don't know the history?
Yes, sir. Very much. Getting information on medications, history, and allergies is our top priorities in any call, not even this call, just really any your run-of-the-mill fall or chest pain. That's typically the first questions that we ask. What medications are you on? What medical history do you have? And do you have any allergies? The medical history is important because if you've had heart attacks in the past, or just using a generalized example, if you've had heart attacks in the past, does this feel like a previous heart attack? We kind of gives us something to go off of.
As you were nailing, I want you to take us to that moment. As you're nailing, trying to help Mr. O'Keefe, did you have a chance at any point to look up?
I did.
And when you looked up, when you were trying to help Mr. O'Keefe, can you tell us who you saw?
I saw a middle-aged male, middle-aged female, with blood on her face. And I, real quick, as I was in the process of providing ventilations, I said, do you know this person?
The person that you looked up and saw that was standing over you with blood on her face, do you recognize that person in this courtroom?
Yes, sir.
With the court's permission, sir, could you point out that person that you looked up and saw?
In between Mr. Jackson or next to Mr. Jackson.
I see. So when you looked up and saw that person and asked about any background, what did she say to you?
I hit him.
How clearly do you remember her words saying to you, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him?
I remember it very distinctly.
You've been to a lot of calls over the years and since.
Yes, sir.
Would you say hundreds or thousands?
Thousands.
Do you remember all of them?
I remember aspects of various calls, but not all of them, no.
Do some stand out more than others?
Yes, sir.
Did this particular moment stand out more as compared to your typical or most calls that you've been to?
It did, just because of the setting. I mean, it was the weather, it was the unknown factors, and it was the attempting to try and get information and not really being able to glean anything from that.
After the defendant said to you, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, did you ask any follow-up questions?
I really didn't get a chance to, because following that, the individual just kind of walked away, or just kind of went in a different direction. I wasn't able to ask any follow-up questions.
Have you ever received any police training?
No, sir.
Are you a police officer?
No, sir.
When you're helping a patient, do you have any interest in detective work?
No, sir.
Do you have any interest in investigating potential crimes?
At that time, in this particular instance, because I was at the airway, that is a pretty critical aspect of a cardiac arrest. I was stuck there. I couldn't get up and kind of follow up on that at all. I was there doing that ventilation.
Is it your job to investigate cases, or simply to get information to help treatment?
Just the information.
When you go out as a firefighter paramedic, do you have a purposeful cause?
Yes, sir.
And what is that?
To save lives.
And is that your only focus?
In this instance, it was attempting to restore circulation and breathing.
At some point with your colleagues,
In
did
every
you
instance?
lift Mr. O'Keefe from the ground?
We did.
When you lift him, what do you put him on?
So we put him on, it's called a scoop stretcher. It's basically just a hard plastic moving device with some seatbelts on it, just to get the patient up and onto the stretcher. And then from there, we can move from the stretcher to the ambulance.
After you lift him to the stretcher, tell us what happens next.
So we put Mr. O'Keefe on the scoop stretcher, and we were able to get him onto the stretcher itself and then off to the ambulance. From there, I maintained my role as the airway individual on this call. So we made our way to the ambulance. I got in the tech seat, which is directly behind where the stretcher locks in. So I had access to the airway again. I was continuing to provide positive pressure ventilations to Mr. O'Keefe, and we had put in an OPA as well, which is just a plastic hook, if you will. It just keeps the tongue from falling back into the airway, so we can continue to provide positive pressure ventilations. Once we got him in the truck and we continued that effort, we set up a suction system and we prepared to intubate Mr. O'Keefe. We prepared a suction system just because as I was ventilating outside of the ambulance, there were some secretions in the airway that I could see, and you could kind of hear it as you go to squeeze in breaths into the individual. You can kind of hear the secretions kind of getting like bubbly and stuff like that. So we knew we were going to need to suction him. So we got him in the truck. We really quickly suctioned him, and then we were able to intubate him successfully to definitively give him an advanced airway and give him better ventilations, get more oxygen into his system.
Now, you mentioned that he wasn't warm, he was very cold.
No, he was still very cold.
What does the team do to try to assist with that?
The most basic thing that we did, we turned the heat on as high as it would go. We also stripped all of his clothing off, just getting all of that wet clothing off of him. I didn't really have a role in that particular part of it, just because once you're on the airway, that is kind of yours. Nobody can breathe for him. So every time I squeeze that bag, he gets a breath. So I'm kind of tied to that airway for the duration of the call.
So when your colleagues are stripping the clothes off him, is your attention on the clothes or more on the airway in your job?
No, I'm maintaining the airway. If an endotracheal tube is dislodged for whatever reason, it is typically more difficult to get one in. So the integrity of that tube staying where it is and not being dislodged, that is another key aspect of airway management.
As you're doing that, do you notice what anybody else, any of your colleagues are doing to help?
Like I said, they were working on clothing removal. I believe they were also getting intravenous and intraosseous access on this individual to begin medication administration. But again, I was quite focused on that airway, just making sure that it was maintained and we didn't lose any tube. We didn't lose any end-tidal CO2, which is just another monitoring device that we use to confirm that tube is in place.
How quickly do you get to leave the scene and start moving towards the hospital?
I honestly couldn't give you an accurate estimate. It didn't seem to be out of the ordinary realm, though. We were able to move within the flow.
In addition to Mr. Keefe being very cold, did you notice any other injuries on him?
So I noted that he had a hematoma right above his right eye.
Could you explain to us what that is?
Yep, it's just, for lack of a better term, it's just a big egg. He had a pretty good bump over his eye.
And you said his right eye.
Yes, sir.
Did you know how that hematoma was caused?
No, sir.
No idea?
No.
In addition to the hematoma above his right eye, what other injuries did you see?
There were also several scratches on his right arm, just below his shoulder and traveling down his right humerus. They terminated right about his right elbow, just above it.
Those scratches, have you also described them as abrasions?
Yes, sir.
Is there any difference in your mind, difference between scratches and abrasions?
Nope. These were they were deep and they were not bleeding, but they were notably deep.
Did you ever describe it as furrows?
I did.
And in describing those scratches, do you have any idea how they were caused?
No, sir.
Okay. And did you notice any other injuries on Mr. O'Keefe?
No, sir. Those were the only ones that we noted. As I mentioned, we suctioned a little bit of blood out of the back of his airway as well. I believe it was blood, mucus, and saliva. But those were the extent of the injuries that I was able to note.
Did you notice anything about the back of his head?
Actually, yes, I did. I apologize. There seemed to be a little bit of matted blood around in his hair around there. Really didn't see anything too obvious at the time. He was also placed in a cervical collar as well, following intubation, and that was kind of there just to maintain his cervical spine. But there was, like I said, there was noted to be a little bit of dried blood on the back of his head.
At some point, did you finally make your way with Mr. O'Keefe to the Good Samaritan Hospital?
Yes, sir.
And just share with us what happens when you get there.
So after we got there, we handed off care to Good Samaritan Medical's physicians and ER nurses. We were able to give a report to the physician of just basic what we've done, what we've given for medications. In my case, what he was intubated with and how he was being ventilated, how well he was being ventilated, and any other further pertinent information. Typically, we noted that Tony was the lead paramedic, so that is typically he kind of holds the room for a minute when we get in there and gives a big rundown, and then we back off and let Good Samaritan take over.
When the defendant told you that she hit him, did that have any significance to you?
No, sir.
Did it reconcile with the injuries that you saw before you that Mr. O'Keefe was suffering from?
No, sir.
And so at that point, was that information insignificant in perspective of your care?
Sustained.
Okay. What role did that information play in your care after the defendant told you she hit him? How did that contribute or not contribute to what you were doing?
It really didn't help at the time. Again, I wasn't able to chase anything down from that. I just kind of took it, noted it, and moved on with my aspect of the cardiac arrest.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity at any point to see any video of that morning taken from any source, a police car, dash cam?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I'd like to introduce a video stream.
So this will be in evidence. There are agreements with some of the evidence already?
I believe there's no objection, but I don't want to speak for the defense.
Okay, thank you. Yes, you can show it.
And for the record, if I may note, this is Cruiser 683 Stream 2. I'm sorry. It is Cruiser 683 Stream 2. I'm going to ask to play a portion of it that's relevant to Mr. Nuttall. Ms. Gillum,
His
if you
name
would
is Nuttall.
please move to 6:11 a.m.
Oh man, this guy was tortured. That's why he became an EMT firefighter. That's why half these people become cops and whatnot.
Please stop the video. Mr. Nuttall, do you see the red lights reflecting on the left?
Yes, sir.
Do you know what those red lights are?
Presumably those would be ambulance 1.
Yeah, so not what you presume. Do you know what they are, sir?
And those are the lights for ambulance 1.
Do you see the weather conditions as it's depicted on this video?
Yes, sir.
Oh, as you stood outside, was it same or different to how it appears on this video?
That is the same.
When you look to the left, you see a straight line about an inch or two from the left of the screen. Do you know what that item is?
Sorry, sir. Repeat the question.
If you look to the left of the screen,
Yep.
you'll see a straight item from the bottom halfway up the picture. Do you know what that item is?
I
On the
believe
video?
that's a flagpole, sir.
Do you see a little bit of movement of bodies near that flagpole?
At the present time, no.
Okay. Could we continue to play, please?
Yep, there they are.
Could you stop, please? Did you see the first person in line now behind the person with in front of the person with the blue hat?
I'm sorry, sir. Can you back it up like 10 seconds?
Certainly.
10 seconds.
Keep going, please. Do you know who that person is?
I believe that's me, sir.
Okay. Could you please continue? Is this your first assessment?
Yes, sir. This is ascertaining any signs of life or breathing.
Is that you approaching?
Yes, sir.
Could you stop, please? After informing you return, is that after firefighter Flamati called you?
So right after that, when I turned around, that was when Tony said, "Hey, we're working this."
Okay. Please continue. Stop, please. And do you see a person come over to where you are?
Yes, sir.
Is it at that point or another moment when the defendant said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him?
It was right there, sir.
Could you continue, please? Could you stop for a moment? There's no voices or noises from people coming through that audio. When you were there that night, throughout the event, was it silent or were people speaking? Did you hear people speaking?
There was, as I noted when I got out of the truck, there was quite a bit of screaming. It was quite chaotic. The wind was also a factor, but there were people around. They were speaking within themselves too, but there was screaming, there was wind, and there was different side conversations as well.
And when you were working on Mr. O'Keefe, were you having conversations with your colleagues?
Yes, sir.
They're not picked up on the audio?
No, sir.
Please continue.
So he's the only person who heard her say that.
Sir, are you still at the flagpole?
Yes, sir. I'm kneeling at the head of the patient.
Are you included in that group of first responders?
I am not, sir. I have actually exited to the side with the bags. I believe I'm entering the ambulance at this point.
Okay. Thank you. We can conclude the viewing. With the court's permission, I'd like to approach and show a few exhibits to Mr. Nuttall. They've been shown to the defense.
Yes.
Thank you. May I approach?
Nuttall.
Yes.
I cannot get over his name. Nuttall. Oh my gosh. He was picked on so much. He's probably still picked on.
Objection.
Oh yeah, this is. Oh my gosh, his voice is super similar.
Sir, do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yes, sir. Those are the scratches on Mr. O'Keefe's arm.
Does that appear the same as when you saw his arm that morning, or is there any differences? And if there's any differences, can you share them with us?
That appears how they were to me at the time of the incident.
Okay. May I approach again, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'd like to introduce this as an exhibit, please.
Okay.
I'm going to hand you a.
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Pardon me, Your Honor.
This happened in the first trial. Oh my gosh.
May we publish to the jury?
Yes.
I think that's why the trial lasted so long. Everything has to be shown to the clerk, then shown to the judge.
On the screen.
Yes, sir.
Those are some pretty deep
I'd
cuts.
like to ask you some questions about it.
Can we take that one down, Mr. Brennan?
Yes, of course.
Please, Ms. Gilman.
Thank you. Does that photograph, do you recognize that area?
Yes, sir.
Is that the same or substantially the same area where you helped try to treat John O'Keefe?
Yes, sir.
Does that look to be a fair and accurate representation of the area?
It does.
With the court's permission, I would introduce this as an exhibit, please.
Okay, and there's no objection to any of these three?
No.
Okay, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
With the court's permission, could I publish exhibit 2?
Yes.
And sir, that's what you recognize as the area where you were helping to treat John O'Keefe.
Yes, sir.
I've left one last photograph in front of you.
Yes, sir.
And do you recognize that?
I do.
Tell us about any differences between when you were there and what you see in that photograph.
The street appears to be plowed. There's bare pavement. The weather conditions are significantly better. It is also daytime.
If we could take down that exhibit 2, Ms. Gilman. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes,
I would move to introduce this as exhibit 3.
all right.
With the court's permission, I'd like to publish exhibit 3.
Sure.
Is that the photo you just identified?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we can take that down. Thank you. Thank you, sir. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right.
I wonder if they just changed lead prosecutors on this case because the other prosecutor last time did not win. He's still on the case, but he's not the lead. Come on, Mr. Jackson. Let's get this ball rolling.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I?
Yes, please.
Good morning, good afternoon, Firefighter Nuttall.
Good afternoon, sir.
Nice to see you again.
You as well.
Nuttall. He calls
Before
him
your
Nuttall.
testimony
This
this
calls him
morning,
Nuttall, just to get it out.
how many conversations had you had with any member of the prosecution team in anticipation of your testimony today?
I believe it was 3, sir.
When were those?
I could not give you dates off the top of my head.
Give me a time frame within the last 3 weeks, within the last 3 months, last 3 days.
Within the last 3 weeks, I believe one the week after that, and then one last night.
One
Last night.
last night. What you did discuss, let's take them in order. First of all, who'd you meet with 3 weeks ago?
I met with Mr. Brennan and his staff.
And when you say his staff,
I'm going to speed it up
Who else?
because they're
I
on
honestly
lunch break.
couldn't tell you, sir.
Mr. Lally?
No.
Male, female?
One female, one I believe, state trooper.
Okay. Had you ever met State Trooper Tully previously?
Yes, sir. Actually, I believe that was him.
It was State Trooper Tully?
Yes, sir.
Whom you've met with several times, correct?
Prior to that, I believe only once or twice.
He was the one that he has formally interviewed you previously, correct?
I believe he arranged the meetings with Mr. Brennan.
Okay.
But beyond that, I can't speak to.
What did y'all discuss 3 weeks ago?
The first meeting, going in order, it was mostly just kind of an introduction. I had not met Mr. Brennan yet. I really didn't know him. So it was mostly that, and then just kind of seeing where we were at with testimony, going over previous testimony, and in that sort of realm.
Can you hear anything? What the heck? Can you? No, that's because I'm in here. You still can't hear it?